hesitate to give any single one of the party coffee. If you give it to Rascal, he will vibrate through existence.
Why do you hesitate giving coffee to me? Do you think I will be even snarkier then?
No, I think you would sit in the corner and like start talking about the coffee like it was a coffee blog and just never stop. The robustness.
I
think Ali is the only one who would be okay with coffee, to be honest.
You claim that you only drink iced coffee, Alia.
No, she'd have it
Wrong with iced
Turkish.
coffee.
She'd have it Turkish style.
Ah,
Ooh,
that is
fancy coffee.
Well,
You're a fancy freak of law enforcement.
well, does she represent the ruling class?
Anyway, before we get completely sidelined into this coffee conversation.
Yes, we had an exploding Starbucks. Yes.
So,
This
or maybe
group never gets
or maybe it was a Dunkin' Donuts. I don't know.
when we last left our heroes, they had just come back from maybe completing a mission assigned to them by Mert, one of the representatives of the Harpers, who was looking to recruit some members into their ranks. They found there was no creature. They determined that the old lady had probably imagined it as Mert had possibly suggested. However, after some instance with the cat that they had also been tasked to find, Rascal started to grow a little suspicious of their druidic companion. However, as they were beginning to discuss this outside their tavern as the dwarf, the craftsmen were beginning to wrap up for the day, the windows rattled as the roar of an explosion filled Trollscale Alley. Charred bodies and anguished screams flew the air. A thick cloud of acrid smoke billowed outward from the blast, which seems to have occurred just outside one of the doors of your tavern.
Oh,
great.
shit! Hold on.
Guys,
Well,
on the map.
the explosion came from our tavern?
Just outside your tavern.
That is really close to home.
I'm sorry that we... Just confused. So, like, did another building explode, or did our building explode? That's what I'm not understanding.
Let's find out, shall we?
Well,
Well-
it looks like someone has tried to assassinate our building.
So, as yous were all down here in this alleyway, the dwarves and the Luxodon, the Goliath, they were all here getting their stuff together. This is where the explosion ripped through the area.
Oh, well, that's okay. That's fine.
Yes, I will only have to wash my windows now.
I would like every single one of yous to roll me a Constitution saving throw.
I also had to roll a wisdom save for that.
Oh no.
Constitution.
Rascal, join me on the floor.
This is a saving throw, yes, boss?
Yes.
Okay, why are you not... Oh, it's automatically... Why are you not rolling? I'm sorry.
I have no idea.
I apologize for the lack of populated minis, but I ran out of time. So,
What? DM ran out of time? Impossible.
I would like everybody who rolled under a 13 to take 7 points of thunder damage
Oh, great.
from the force of the explosion.
Great.
7.
7, yes. Anybody who rolled under a 10 has been knocked from their feet and is now prone.
Okay. So Rascal's not prone and like tugging on his ears going, ah!
Peachy, however, he's doing that Robert Downey Jr. thing from the very first Iron Man movie where it's just like arms outstretched like, ah.
Delicious
Mad?
chaos.
Mhm.
Hang on.
Mad?
Let me get...
Delicious chaos.
Okay, show off just because you've got a working microphone. Meh.
Hey,
Could be
you're the
worse.
one who
I could
gave
be
me
showing
this
off.
toy, I'm gonna use it.
I'm more than happy for you to use it. It's glorious, isn't it?
Oh, great.
Okay.
Someone's been trying to singe the building. Everyone okay?
Mads, meanwhile, is down on her knees next to Rascal, and she is looking him over and attending to him if he's bleeding or anything like that, trying to make sure he's okay. She
With that
looks.
medicine roll, it looks like Rascal is a little stunned. His ears are twitching, and he's just kind of lying there going, "Mop, mop, mop, mop."
Alia's going to rush forward to where the explosion. Alia's going to rush forward to where the explosion was and start trying to work out where the device was located.
Okay.
Since if Peach is going to join her, with her swords out.
Hunter as well.
To be honest, I am joining as well.
This is going to be a bit of a condensed time frame, so I would like to use one at a time, and then we'll go through the actions. So, first off, it was Alia and Peachy ran up forward to investigate. So, can you both roll me a perception check, please?
Perception, absolutely.
Okay. Alright, so when you arrive on the scene, there's a lot of people kind of shell-shocked walking down the street. You notice the remnants of the explosion. You see, I had notes, and I've lost my notes, so bear with me. You notice that there are a number of charred bodies. There appears to be 8 victims. With your perception check, Peachy and Alia, you managed to determine that one appears to be an elderly human female. 2, close together, are cloaked human males. There was 2 human females and 1 half-elf, but they were dressed, they look to be in plain clothing. There's a male gnome who's burned. He appears to be clutching a dagger close to his chest. And there's also 2 female halflings. One of them is clutching a now destroyed, the destroyed remnants of a violin. The other, a flute. Beside them, there's 2 male halflings who have recently been dancing.
Alia goes straight to the 2 hooded guys and investigates them.
Okay. With that perception check, as you're looking around, the one you rolled before, as Alia looks around, you notice that one of the dead cloaked males has a black winged snake tattooed on his right forearm. The dead gnome has some sort of dried encrusted waste on his boots, and there's some on his cloak as well, suggesting that he might have spent some time in the sewers recently. You also notice hanging on his belt is a pouch.
Ali is going to check the gnome.
Peach is going to check the 2 cloaked figures. Are these individuals he would recognize?
Roll a history check.
Absolutely.
Now, while these 2 are investigating, what is Hunter and Ashworth doing, seeing as Rascal is prone and Mads is tending to him? What is our Kitty and Halfling doing?
Kitty is... You know what? Kitty's going to try and climb on top of the building to see if she could maybe possibly see any sort of suspicious activity, anybody running or anything.
Are you looking up and down the streets?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
First off, make me a quick
Acrobatics.
acrobatics with advantage because you have your little trait that lets you do that. Yeah,
Yep.
you basically do the anime jump from post to canvas to porch roof up to windowsill, and you're up on the roof.
Twing, twing, twing.
You make it look effortless, like a low-budget animation that has no weight to the characters. Roll me a perception check to see if you can spot anything. Okay. Which roof did you go on to? Did you go on to your tavern? This one? Which one basically? Because you were in this area.
Yeah, we were down here.
Mm-hmm.
Went up on this one.
This one, okay. So you look up and down the street, and you see their street is in chaos. There are people running around. There's some people cupping their hands. A few people look singed. But there's a flurry of activity. You see, there are some people running just in general away, but from what you can see, they appear to be nobody who looks suspicious. You see people clutching their shopping. You see one woman basically holding her child and running with her child. But you don't see anyone that you would class as suspicious or who doesn't belong. Ashford, what were you doing?
Well, I'm looking over to Rascal and his girlfriend Mads. Come on, it is obvious now.
Yeah.
And he's actually torn between racing towards where the explosion went off and trying to help Rascal.
Aww.
And Kubur, can I get odd or even, please?
Wasn't it Zelda?
Ooh.
Pardon? Kubur?
I was just going, ooh.
Oh,
Yes,
sorry.
embrace the chaos.
'Cause it's
Odd
an
or
odd
even?
mechanic. Oh, you're asking me to call it?
Yes.
Yep.
Let's go with even. Dang.
He runs to the explosion and tries to see probably what's beyond, because he sees that Alia and Captain Vizan, after all, he never got his first name, are already checking the bodies.
Okay, sure. Roll a perception.
This is going to be way worse because I'm down on the ground and everyone's trampling around.
Yeah.
I see jack shit, I would say.
Pretty much. Where you've run forward to the front of the alley, there's still a lot of smoke in the air, so you can't really see much from where you are.
I wonder if it's them again.
Alright, so back around to Alia. So Alia, you've noticed that there is a pouch on the gnomes.
Yeah, I rolled a 17 investigation.
Okay, so you pick it up and open it, and you notice that it has five fairly sizable gemstones in there that are of a decent size and decent clarity. Probably worth a bit of money.
Alia is going to try and pocket them discreetly.
Sleight of hand.
Queen.
Alright.
Oh yeah, no one's seeing that.
Oh, very well
In the
done.
meantime, she's also going to try and find any identifying marks on the gnome as well.
Alright.
Say that's akin to look a wall. Where?
Very much, yeah. Look over there, distraction.
Where?
I found these lost pieces of me. Here they are.
You see nothing really of note on the gnome. He looks like a gnome. He has no scars, no tattoos, no identifying injuries other than the fact that he is now burnt to a crisp. But he is still clutching that dagger in a way that looks like it was tucked in under his shirt. you can assume with your investigation earlier on that he was scared of being attacked.
But Ali's going to try and look around the area to determine where exactly this explosion came from.
Roll investigation.
Okay, investigation.
Okay. You can have a look around. You don't see any sort of any powder kegs or any casings that would indicate that there was a bomb lying here. However, you do notice that the patterns, you've seen something like this before. This was, this appears to be of an arcane nature, an explosion of an arcane nature.
This place you go over to Peachy, just go, do you know these two men?
That's a very good question, DM. I rolled a 6.
With that history check, no. However, you do recognize that tattoo very clearly.
If I didn't recognize the tattoo, there would be something wrong with me.
Yes. So you personally know who they are affiliated with, but you do not know them as individuals.
Yeah.
What if they were the guys on their way to give Rascal like his favor that Mads asked for?
Yeah. Well, shit. Yeah. Well, yeah.
Perhaps not.
I am going to, like I say, this is very quickly before people start looking around. I am gonna I'm gonna flip them over. I'm gonna be searching. I'm gonna try and find any kind of information. Basically, I'm trying to find information or anything on them that could possibly lead back to the Zentarum, aside from the tattoos. I want to remove any kind of... If they're on a job, I want to remove anything that was related to that specific job. So when the Watch get here, you know what I'm saying? I want to obfuscate their purpose.
Alright.
If that makes sense.
Roll me a quick investigation check.
I was going to say, check them for spell components. For spell focus.
Did she just say that to Peachy?
Yeah.
Spell focus, okay.
I'm actually going to point out too, Alia, with your investigation, if I missed this, sorry, you noticed that you were not the first person to pick over this gnome.
Ooh.
Someone else has been here as well.
Paxies! You basically start rummaging through their possessions, but these men, they are good little agents, and they have destroyed any evidence of any job they are on.
Okay. No identifying things, nothing of value either.
The only thing that would identify these two men is that tattoo on that one man's arm.
Okay. I don't suppose there's any chance for me to cut his arm off in the middle of a street in the middle of this whole thing. That's probably not something he can do.
Surrounded by your friends.
Maybe not his arm, but at least the patch of skin with the tattoo on it.
Depends
Don't
on
forget.
how stealthy you think you can be.
I was going to say, Ali's now concentrating, try and look for a way that anyone might have run who was a mage.
Okay. Well, we've come from your action, so we'll move over. I would say in this time, Rascal, you would have had time to recover, so you and Mads can now act if you want to.
Oh, okay. What happened?
Can you hear me, Rascal?
Yes, I can hear everything. Gosh.
You hear a high-pitched ringing.
No, but does he respond?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he can hear you.
Okay.
It's just-
Yeah. Okay. She says, "We're under attack. Stay here." And then she runs, and full-on Supergirl style, she wild shapes into an eagle and takes to the sky a dark eagle, like a messy black vulture eagle looking thing.
Alright. And where do you fly to?
Straight up widening concentric circles. She is looking for anyone who appears to be on the run in increasingly further and further distance from this explosion. She knows how bombs work.
Roll me a perception check.
She's just going in a wider and wider spiral.
Would
Spiral into the sky.
would Ali be able to tell her to? Would Ali be able to tell her to look for a spell?
If you want to shout it, I'll allow it.
I was thinking psychically.
Sure, I'll allow it.
Okay. All Mads hears in her head is look out for a spellcaster.
She doesn't respond because she's like taking off and transforming, but since she hears it, so you said roll perception?
Yep.
Come on, perception. Aww.
As you take off, you kind of underestimate your angle of ascent and you go through the smoke of some of the now burning debris that is scattered about the street, and you just get the smoke in your eyes and can't quite see. What you do see, however, is an armoured griffin with a rider currently beelining towards your position. And there are others coming as well. Rascal, are you taking any actions?
Yes, I am. I ain't gonna just wait around for this shit going on, especially since I've been out of it for God knows how long. So Rascal's gonna waddle up to the investigating party. Okay, well, that happened. What do you suspect?
Someone used some sort of magic spell to cause the explosion.
Magic, eh? That's something I can contribute.
Where's Ashford in all this, by the way? I think we skipped him.
I was coming around to him. He
sorry.
next.
So yeah, Rascal cast detect magic.
Detect
Anything?
Magic. Are you ritual casting or casting it?
No,
anywhere?
we ain't got time. Actual casting.
Okay. You detect something magical in a barrel around here.
There's something in that barrel over there, just around the corner.
Can you grab it while we investigate this?
I am already on it.
Let's head over then. Me and Ashwood. Tiny boys opening up a barrel.
Okay. This
What
barrel
could go wrong?
is about the size of both your heads.
Yeah.
It appears to be a rainwater barrel. You also notice next to the barrel is a small boy. He appears to be holding on to something. He's got like little soot stains on him, and he's just got this shell-shocked expression on his face.
Ooh.
A human boy.
So is he like physically hurt?
You roll an medicine check.
Okay, give me a sec.
Now, while we're doing that, as this is now going to be a scene with these two, Hunter, are you doing anything else? From where you're positioned on the roof now, you can see griffin riders who normally patrol the skies are starting to come to this area. And from your elevated position, you can actually see guards, basically converging on the scene. You have probably a minute at the most before a number of guardsmen arrive on the scene.
Alright, I honestly don't. Drawing a blank. She's going to climb back, jump back down to the ground. Seeing that, and
You want just
somewhere around here.
It occurs to me that I could probably just do this to make things a little easier.
Hey!
Because I am a smart DM.
Yes, you are.
Yeah, but you couldn't. You didn't have time to place the tokens. So
Yeah, but I should have been doing this while we were doing that. And
Picture of
Mads.
Picture of Eagle Mads in the player chat.
I would say European. Oh, that's cute. For anyone who is curious, if I can grab Discord.
And
That is cool, that.
I'm surprised Surprised you wouldn't have gone with a harpy eagle.
Nope.
Oh yeah, harpy eagles are huge.
Oh, yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Okay. So what's your
Biggie birds. And once she's down, she's gonna run over to the rest of the group. Basically tell them more guards are on the way.
By this time now, the Griffin Rider is circling around. It's just basically, it's got to the point, it's now doing massive circles. And you can see he is literally scanning. You can tell he's taking account of everything he sees. So, back to Ashward and Rascal. There's this small boy holding something to his chest beside the rain barrel.
So
You
Rascal.
can tell next to, he appears to be wearing like this tiny lyre as well. It's a toy lyre. It's not one that's made for any serious instrumentation. Yeah, you can tell he was probably hanging out with the halflings.
Yeah. Well, like I rolled a 16 on the medicine. Like, is he physically hurt? Like,
He looks fine. He's a little singed. Physically, he's fine, but he did just see his friends get exploded.
yeah. Right.
You want
That'll
to
be a
take
moment.
Not
Okay.
to metagame or anything, but have we just found the first of many adoptable characters?
Hmm.
No comment. No, this is a human boy. This isn't a.
Yeah.
He's not halfling, so he hasn't been orphaned by this explosion.
Look, not always do we get the Batman when people explode, when people die. Not everyone turns into the Batman.
Besides, you have like 5 cats and a pig that you've adopted.
Do
Well,
you think we're going to stop there?
Captain Raizan isn't stopping there. The family needs to
You've
grow.
already adopted this surly guardswoman as well.
That's yeah.
She literally did a cat thing. She showed up, stubbornly refused to leave, ate your food, and has now just integrated herself.
Holy shit, she is a cat. She's more of a cat than the tabaxi.
You say, has Alien noticed this?
She's also a bit
Bye.
of an asshole and will knock things over.
Yeah.
Takes offense to that.
Oh, dear.
While pushing a cup off the nearby stall.
No!
You say, has Alien noticed this boy? Or is it
You would
Ash
notice that
with
Ashford and Rascal are looking at him, but it's still technically their action, so... what
Yes.
does that do?
Hey there, little bard. What you got there?
I found it. It's mine.
Yeah? I'm checking something real quick. Where is it? Yes. Come home, little piggy. And like, imagine Rudolph just appears in like Rascal's arm.
Yep, he's there.
Want to trade what you got there for a couple pets of our piggy?
Roll me a persuasion check.
Ooh. Yeah!
That's cute. Yeah, okay. And he holds out what appears to be a necklace to you with with a few. I'll look up the exact number in a minute because I'm an idiot and can't read my own handwriting. It appears to have a few gems on it that almost look like there's fire coalescing in there.
Ooh. So this is definitely like the magical item? Or is it just pretty?
With your detect magic still up, yes, this is the magical item you sensed. So
Okay.
I'm just gonna do this. I had time to do this. So he like eagerly holds out his hands for Rudolph.
Alright, Rascal, I hand him over. And if possible, I'd like to like, because we've touched him for a moment, I'd like to cast heroism as well.
Kid? Aw,
Yeah.
Okay. You see, he's just sitting there. He's like holding Rudolph like a little stuffed pig, and he's just like stroking his head. Rudolph's little tail is just wiggling around, and he's just grunting happily, enjoying the attention. And the kid seems to calm down a little bit. Well done. You're the equivalent of the cop with a teddy bear. Well done.
Yeah.
So
You can pet him for as long as you like, little bard.
Thanks. But after the boom, I heard a plop and this, and he pokes the barrel next to him, and that's where I found that. And you notice his arm is like wet up to the shoulder, so he fished it out of the barrel.
I don't suppose you happened to see who dropped it in there.
He like, shakes his head and seemed to come from the sky.
Okay. Thanks a lot, little man. It was a big help. You have fun with Rudolph.
Rudolph grunts and he's just snuggles the pig, just like buries his face into the squishiness.
Aww.
Kid was traumatized. Kid needs a hug.
Yep.
This is working. So, by this stage now, there's now 3 Griffin Riders basically swirling around. One of them seems to be circling around Mads, and he is just pointing to the ground. He is telling you to get down. How do you respond to this, Mads?
So Mads. This person is clearly referencing Mads.
Yeah, pointing at you, pointing down. He recognizes druidic magic.
Mads does the best impression she can mid-flight of an eagle sulking and does a straight-up downward dive. So the coming out of it just and then moving up just enough that she can. Her goal with this acrobatics or performance or both is she wants to like dive bomb, come up out of it, and just kind of gently come to the ground. As if she'd never left, as if she did a little hop.
Okay. Do that quite deftly. Would you like to choose where you land?
She's gonna try to land right next to, right there, where her bow is. I assume she can still see it.
Yeah.
With her eagle eyes. She's gonna try to come back there and land next to him. Unless it, like, she's looking at the Griffin Guard to make sure that the Griffin Guard isn't like, no, not there, or anything like that.
He seems content that you have landed within the encroaching cordon of guards. So as you look around now, you notice that there is quite a number.
I was going to say, what's the weather been like? Has it been raining?
It is kind of muggy and warm for the spring, but it has been relatively clear. Looks like it'll threaten rain later.
So if someone dropped something, would they have left water droplets near the barrel on the ground?
There's a few splashes of water, but it looks like it was mostly sloshed out because the Wayne had been rummaging in to grab the necklace.
So there's no trail?
Nope.
Alia kind of curses to herself at that point.
Before I
I'm
forget
actually
to
gonna
ask,
correct myself because I am the boy in the barrel is over here.
oopsie, but we were over there all along.
Yeah,
May I walk over to
I'm
them?
just gonna correct myself because that was a mistake and I'm sorry. So there you are.
May I walk over to them?
Sure.
To Rascal?
Please,
Okay.
don't scare the kid. I just made him magically brave.
Does Mads see the child?
Oh yeah, he's still cuddled up next to the barrel and he's hugging Rudolph, who's grunting happily.
I'm sorry, everyone. I'm sorry.
Alia is going to go over to the building and she's going to use her levitation to climb up and start investigating the roof for any loose tiles or any indication where this guy might have gone.
As you try to start doing that, the guards basically shout at you to stay where you are.
I'm an officer of the watch like you. I'm investigating.
Oh yeah, we need to wait for the main investigator.
I have a question for the DM. While the scene with the kid was going on, and just before the guards arrived and everything, was there anything else that Peachy would have been able to do with the small pile of bodies over here? Was there anything that sort of stuck out to him as something he should try and grab before too many eyes appeared?
Well, you notice that most of the casualties were in this area. The gnome is pretty much where Hunter was, and these two men were where you're standing now. Everyone else seems to have been in the main street, but these two look like they were coming down the alley towards your closed business.
That's frustrating. Okay, that's all.
Rascal.
Evocation.
Okay.
Exploding magic. Yep.
So you have the halflings, the halfling troop was over here, the elderly woman was over here, the people dressed in fine clothes were scattered basically around the street. But
So
these three, the gnome and the two underworld gents, were the only ones in the alley towards your business.
Yeah. So this was one heck of an explosion.
Are there ashes?
How bad is the structural damage to our establishment?
It's a little singed. The
A little?
plaster has cracked a little bit. Luckily, that was going to be replaced in a few days, so it's alright.
Okay, that's all.
You can tell with the epicenter of the explosion. Actually, if you want to try and roll me an investigation, you can try and figure out where the explosion originated, like where did the flashpoint come from.
Okay. I mean, I'm going to assume it's something to do with like the big smear on the ground here, but
Yeah,
with an A, probably not.
Can't tell. There's a lot of smoosh. Hunter,
So
you can do the same if you'd like.
I guess is Ali just kind of halfway up the building like a helium balloon at this point?
If you want to be, but the guards are like watching you until you either prove who you are or you're cleared to leave by the investigators. If you attempt to go any higher, you're going to be in trouble with the Griffin Riders.
She just glares at them, points at the side of her face, and she goes, "I'm pretty certain you've fucking heard of me. Psycho, the witch, remember?"
Roll me an intimidation check.
Yeah.
Yeah, because she's not exactly easy not to know about.
Okay. So they kind of like look at each other and then look at you, and they whisper for a sec. It's like, okay, but don't leave the sight of him. And he like points up to this roof where a griffin has now landed on the roof, and the riders just kind of looking around. There's two other griffin riders basically still circling the area, but this griffin has like popped down on this roof.
Yeah, Ali just climbs up onto the roof and starts looking around for any indication of where someone could have run to.
Roll me a perception check.
Perception.
You can't tell. As you look up, you're hoping to find something, but there was a lot of chaos in these streets in the last minute and a bit. So any evidence of hurried passage, there's too much.
I think
She's
she's looking. Yeah, she's checking if someone tried to scurry up the roof and across.
Oh, okay then.
Yeah, she's looking for anything like displaced tiles, broken tiles.
As if someone has taken that route.
There looks to be quite a number of broken tiles on this roof, and this roof, and this roof, and your roof, and this roof. It looks like the explosion did a little bit of damage.
Yeah, she just kind of swears again in primordial and then just climbs down again.
Just
Should I hear her
levitates
swear in
angrily down.
primordial?
It just kind of drifts down slowly.
Yeah, you would hear that if she says it loud enough.
And Mads calls up to her in primordial. She calls back in primordial and says, "Language officer, there's a child present."
I don't give a damn.
I'm disappointed in you.
Rascal and Ashford, you watch as Mads turns and starts speaking towards Aya in words that sound like grinding stone and rushing water. You're like,
Ah,
can
yes.
the human mouth make those noises?
The answer is yes.
Mm-hmm.
It
And
needs
then
to trip to the dentist afterwards, though.
So the question I have is, are there ashes, piles of ashes anywhere along the way?
Nothing was, for lack of a better word, disintegrated. There's a lot of things that
Aw.
are singed. With the
But
with
nothing
the,
she could get a handful of soot with.
No. There's a lot
Okay.
of grime on the ground, though.
Yeah. Mads bends down and gets like a palm full of, like, not a scoop, but like a flat palm full of grime, and then she just kind of like brushes her cheeks as she's walking away. She says, "Stay right here, you two." And then she heads over to the detectives to stand between them in a space I can't seem to occupy, and she puts her hands out to either side, like palm back, in the universal sign of, "I'm not going to cast any spells on you," because of course those are palm facing.
So it basically
And
looks
she,
like you froze your hand up so that you're getting ready to practice your bitch slap.
No, the other way around. The other way around. Like the back of the hand out toward them, on either side, arms out, like, "I'm not going to cast any spells."
Hi. Like a surgeon going into surgery.
Yes, that is exactly it. Yeah. She calls out to them, "Lady Madeline of Sir Course, amateur detective."
Alia just kind of sighs, walks forward, flashes her watch identification, and just goes, "Inform whichever investigator you're sent for. We need someone who can look for mages."
And as she says that,
Well,
coming
we're
right in on.
just
Oh, sorry.
here to secure the scene at the moment, ma'am. I'm not sure what investigator is coming, but we'll find out soon enough. But I'm gonna have to ask that you stay here until the interviews are done.
Mads nods.
At this point, the
Oh.
soldiers aren't just like guarding the street. A few of them are going around tending
Yeah.
to the wounded and stuff like that. There, per
Alan,
pencil
yeah.
is like fallen out of his shop. It looks like something like an inkwell fell on his head or something. His ink is smeared on the side of his fur, and he's just like,
Oh.
what's going on there? Oh dear! And the guard's like, calm down,
does-
calm down.
Does Mads hear that?
Alia, I was gonna say, Alia is
Okay.
giving that guard such a look at this point.
Mads rushes over to where that was Skitterstep, right? You
Yep.
said?
Hmm.
So right about here?
Yeah.
She runs over and says, "I'm something of a medical expert. Let me look."
Oh dear.
Okay. You can roll medicine.
Yes. And she
Well,
says, She says, "Lady Madeline, amateur detective."
Alright.
Alia, this
Let's
just
do
say
it,
Alia.
Maddie,
Before
amateur
we
detective.
go to that,
Oh,
there, did you
Jesus.
want to say something there, Hunter, or is it?
Well, I was gonna say with the mention of mages by Alia, with that earlier perception check when she was up on the roof, would she have been able to see any mages and remember that?
You rack your brains and try to remember if you saw anyone of the quote-unquote magical persuasion. You noticed that there was a few people in robes running away, but none that you would classify as battle mages, if that makes sense. Mads, with that medicine check, you look over your twitchy ratfolk friend, and he's got a nasty bump on the head. He's not bleeding, but it looks like something fell on his permy head during the explosion.
I wish Chill Touch made ice.
Would Alia have noticed?
No, it is necrotic damage.
No, I know. That's why I said, I wish
Alright.
Chill Touch made ice.
Yeah, when it says chill, it means like the chill touch of death.
Yeah, I
and it's a
know.
range spell too. It's like a
Yes,
really
I know.
badly named skill.
Yes,
Yeah.
it is.
I know
But it's
about
cool.
that.
Just gonna say, would Alia notice Rascal holding the necklace?
Did you make any attempt to hide it, Rascal?
Yeah,
Roll sleight of hand.
sure.
Oh yeah.
I would say that would beat your passive perception, Alia.
Yeah, it does.
Only the
She's on,
ladies find this.
14.
Okay.
Can I do frostbite on an empty pouch, or is it only for animals?
You could
I love how you want to use like
technically
attack
do it,
spells in this
Yeah,
way.
Mads has, because she got this brand new outfit, which I assume, her belt, she had stuff in her belt, so she actually takes her one of her pouches, dumps out just like some of the random junk she collects. This is not the eyeball belt pouch or the or the mousepiece pouch. Neither of those.
Mhm.
It's got like mushrooms and herbs in it.
Pieces.
Not her drug pouch, her like for sale pouch. And she like dumps it on the ground and then does frostbite on the I'm trying to make it, there it is.
basically
on the
trying to make
actual-
a little ice pouch.
Yep.
Okay, you make a little ice pouch and just like gently put it on little Skitter Steps head. Oh, thank you. That's
Oh.
nuts.
Just hold on to that, you'll feel better.
Oh, thank you. Oh, this is my good ink. Oh, drat.
Do you need help to get back to your house?
He's standing on the doorstep.
I know. Back inside, she gestures. Back inside, she gestures.
And looks at his doorway. You can see into the shop too. There's a number of things that have fallen off onto the floor. The bard in the box is like upside down and it is playing like this really, really tinny version of Happy Birthday. And he's like holding his head going, I think I can find my way home, but I do appreciate your concern.
I meant to somewhere to lie down. You don't need any help.
I'll be okay. I think this nice gentleman has some questions. And the guard is
Oh.
like sitting there with a notepad. He's like, I do actually.
Okay, Ali, gonna say Ali
Nala
knows.
tries to walk away back toward Rascal.
Okay.
Gonna say
Is there
Ali
anyone else
knows.
who looks like they're hurt that she needs to take care of?
Sorry, what was that, Mads?
Is there anyone else she looks like she needs to take care of other than Skitterstep? Because she's going to do the same routine while the others are doing their thing.
There are a few people who are singed and wounded, but it looks like the guards are already looking at that.
Okay. Then she just heads back toward Rascal.
Yeah.
So,
Yes?
does Rascal notice Mads coming?
Just say, Alia knows the Griffin Rider's on
Whoosh.
here. So can she shout up and go, "You, bird boy, I have a question."
The guard just kind of leans down, takes off his helmet, and the Ara Crocker just gives you a death glare.
Oh!
Alia returns it and just says, "Did you see anyone running across the rooftops?"
Let me see, actually. Thought I saw something, but I didn't get close enough in time. Whatever it was fast.
Anything other that you could tell me about it?
Dropped down into the alley and I couldn't find anything after that, so I came here. I'm waiting to report.
Yeah, Ali just kind of got a hand on the hip, sort of doing that, looking at the ground like, "Oh, for God's sake!"
Essentially, he saw something, but But by the time he got to the place where it dropped down, it was gone. And no, it wasn't Hunter.
Okay, well, where did it drop down?
He points northward. Says, straight that way.
Ali just kind of starts making her way there.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, but I'm gonna have to ask you to wait until the investigators finish. The Griffin Riders are looking into it.
I am the investigator.
They're like looking at each other going, I don't know what to do. Like, you've put them in an awkward position now because they've been ordered to let no one leave.
Told the guards not to move until everybody else did.
So, I'm sorry, ma'am, but you're putting me in a bit of an awkward situation. You're
We've
not
had
the
the potential.
investigator assigned to this case. And quite frankly, it looks like you might have been a victim in this manner. And he's like,
Shit.
emotions to your singed clothes.
She glares at him. I have only been a victim once in my entire life.
I mean, you might be a valuable witness. He's like trying to shrink into his armor, and his friend is like kind of turning away, going, "I am so glad that's not me."
While this is happening, did Ashward? I know that Rascal moved over here. Did Ashward walk away and abandon the poor little child?
Oh no.
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 He's still there. He's still there.
I
He's
saw
Ashward.
you walking away
He
because I needed to know that.
Someone else has come over and is comforting the boy. It looks like it's his older sister. It's probably a teenager or something. She's just like giving him a hug and like asking, "Where'd you get the pig?" Like points over to the kobold. And
Yeah, I was gonna
Ali-
say, like, Ashward's like, oh, a conversation. I want to be a part of that. Like,
Does
go on,
Rascal
go,
see that?
go you be you, kid.
My friend loaned it to him.
Oh, okay.
Does Rascal see the little kid point over?
Okay, Ali.
He waves back.
Ali at this point just glares at the guy and just says, "Get your notebook out now."
He's like fumbles in his belt and like pulls it out. Okay.
Right. She basically recounts everything she's found.
All right. Well, as
Including
you are,
the gems.
Not including the gems, no.
Mm-hmm.
as you are talking, coming from the western street, you see this gentleman.
Oh, he's got a look.
Closely followed by this gentleman.
Here now, what's all this then? I'm Inspector Lestrade.
Oh, wow.
Does Ali? Well, Ali obviously knows who these people are, but what would her relationship with them be?
Roll history for me.
Okay, history.
All right then. You would know the gentleman with the notepad. His name is Sereth Crowley. He is a City Watch sergeant. He's not really a investigative focused person. However, he does appear to notice to be escorting someone you do know. The man next to him, although very short, is human. His name is Barnabas Blastwind, and he is a member of the Watchful Order of Mages and Protectors. Basically, he does investigations whenever there's magic bullshittery.
Ali just kind of lets out a very exasperated sigh.
Okay. Now,
Friend of yours?
behind them, there is also a number of constables. You would say 20 or so additional guards have now spread out and have begun to knock on doors and question people. Essentially, they got the area locked down and they are talking to everybody. Every single one of you is taken aside by a guard as well, and basically questions like, what happened? What did you see?
I've already.
as they talk to everybody, you see that the guards are relaying what they know to this pair, who seem to be... They've basically moved over here. I don't have tokens for them. So...
That's okay.
let me just use some of my random ones for them. There we are. There's Seraph.
Oh, I trust him right away.
Yeah.
There's Barnabas.
That's appropriate.
Didn't know you have that photo of me.
It's the Danny McBride guy.
Oh, dude. So they've basically come over. The guard, Seraph is basically here. He's making notes as Barnabas is looking around the area. You see him wave his hands and a little few arcane spells. Rascal, you would recognize that he does detect magic.
So he
also
knows.
does a few other spells. As he casts detect magic, he kind of gives an annoyed glance towards the enchantry that's full of magical items. He also gives your party a few looks over, but seems more focused on the actual thing. Sarah starts looking around the bodies, looking for any identifying marks and things like that. There's also a few of the guards who are wearing basically cleric emblems are starting to cast gentle repose on the bodies as well to preserve them for the investigation. So, as Alia is the most eager to get this over with, one of the guards approaches you to get your story, as you're already talking the ear off this terrified looking city guardsman. So this man, you recognize by his markings, he actually does have a higher ranking within the City Watch. He's almost on par with you. So he rocks up and he just starts asking questions. Oh, what's going on here? You seem to be a little bit confrontational, if you don't mind me saying.
I'm confrontational because I have reason to believe the person who's responsible for this has gotten away.
Well, don't worry, man. We do have people scouring the area as well as the Griffin Riders. But we do need to know what you saw if you were in the area. And you notice his eyes kind of flick down to the singed marks on your clothing.
At this point, Aya takes out the bag of gems and just kind of hands it over to him and just goes, "The gnome was carrying these."
And is there a reason you decided to remove them from the scene of the crime?
I wanted to check them.
Check them real well by putting them in your pocket, man.
She just kind of gives him this look as if to say, "You're really going to trust..." She kind of glances to the guard beside her as if to say, you're really going to trust these idiots with evidence."
Are you trying to intimidate or persuade?
I would say it's less of an intimidation or persuasion, more just a, are you really trying to say you're going to trust him with evidence?
Well, his qualifications aside, I'm not starting to bring yours into question for tampering with a crime scene.
Do we all hear this?
Oh yeah.
Mads
Actually,
cannot hide.
I would say
a wild
you're each
grin
being
on her
interviewed
face.
I would say you're each being interviewed by your own people, so no.
Oh, okay, never
She just
mind.
says, if I was to tamper evidence, why would I admit it to you?
Afraid you get caught. Maybe someone saw you.
She's just giving him a look at this point.
Full intimidation. Okay. Ma'am, I'm sure you are aware of the operating procedure of a crime scene of this magnitude. No witnesses are allowed to leave, regardless of any positions they do hold, until they are interviewed and released by the inspector in charge. And you appear to also have tampered with the crime scene. I'm going to have to ask for you to take a seat over there and wait for further interviews. He does
Fine.
not look scared of you at all. He actually looks rather annoyed.
Fine, just get someone to look for whoever it was and made their escape.
You know we do that. So, as I trounces off in frustrated, the guard she's talking to, the constable is now walking over to Barnabas and hands him the bag of gems, and both Barnabas and Sarath just kind of turn and look at Alia.
I have to note the delicious irony that the lawmaker has been the most problematic in an investigation.
Oh, yes.
I mean,
That's
it's like
usually how it works.
doctors make the worst patients, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Makes sense.
Sarath kind of gives her a sour look, takes the bag, and just returns to writing in his book. So, everyone else, during this little strop that I was pulling, have been talking to your own constables.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What?
Mads and Rascal separately, because were we separated?
You weren't separated. Because you were standing together, one constable is talking to you.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, Ashford, what do you tell your investigator?
Well, as far as I can tell, there was an explosion right around the tower of the Rascal Manor, as it's known by its address, and well, aside from that, well, my friend and I, we came upon this child who was over here because we thought there might be something interesting around here, but and of course, child needed a little bit of cheering up. I mean, it's not every day you see an explosion happen, and we thought that all the unpleasantries.
Okay. Is that all you tell him? You don't tell him about the necklace or anything?
No, it slipped his mind, actually.
Okay. Hunter, what do you tell your constable?
Well, I basically just tell him that we were walking down the street with, my companions in tow, and heard an explosion. As a member of the guard, I immediately went to the roof to see if I could spot the suspects or the perpetrators, and before they got away, didn't see anything out of the ordinary, but then again, after an explosion, everything's out of the ordinary.
Okay. Mads and Rascal.
Well, which one of us goes first, Dee?
Mads looks over to Rascal and then curtsies her clerical robes and says, "Lady Madeline of Surcourse, amateur detective. I was here with my lover, Rascal Skyreach, and we... Oh, you're so handsome, Rascal." Right, but the investigation. We were on our way back from the most lovely bookshop, and suddenly there was an explosion. It was horrifying. To think that my beloved Rascal was so traumatized. He's sensitive to large doses of sins, and yet none of you have done anything to help him.
Mads, I think you're overdoing it a bit. Milking the giant cow.
What? Oh, no, that was another time. Rascal. I tried to get an aerial view. I was feeling very vengeful for the harm they'd done to my beloved Rascal. I didn't see anything. Your helpful gods told me to descend, so I did. I'm afraid I missed anything important. I'm as baffled as you all. It's a deuced case.
I love how the more she went into the story, she went into her ramble and then went into the more case relevant stuff. The more case relevant stuff, the stronger the British accent became.
Yes, yes, thank you. Thank you.
Perfection.
I also want to say,
That-
whenever you said amateur detective, you could see the guard's eyes roll almost out of his head.
Thank you, and that was the performance there for how she did.
Okay.
She is playing the role of Lady Madeline.
You got told to tone it down by a gut bard, so that says something.
So after your long rambling thing, you notice he only writes a few lines, and then turns his attention to Rascal.
Yeah, hi. Wasn't quite like as dramatic as all that. There was a big explosion. It knocked me on my ass a bit, so I was out for a little while. My ears were ringing like something fierce, but when I came to, I saw that my friends over there, the Miss Ice, cold as ice, and the big Minotaur man, they were investigating. I went over. Miss Icy suspected a spellcaster, so I contributed the best I could and cast Detect Magic, much like that fellow with the mustache over there and the beard. And he gestures over to the barrel. Over there was a child holding something, and so we soothed him a bit, let him pet our pig, and in exchange he gave us this.
I'm sorry,
And
you didn't pet what?
oh, we have a magical pig.
Oh, alright, okay, so I continue. He just kind of blinks a few times, glances over, and sees that the child is indeed still holding Rudolph.
Yeah, he was upset, and I figured the best thing that would help him was just something to cuddle and pet. You know, basic child psychology.
So he just like
Anyway.
shakes his head and urges you to continue.
Yep. And he gave us this, and Rascal produces the necklace. As I could tell, it was evocation magic, and evocation equals explodey things. So this would be what caused the incident. According to the child, it was dropped into the barrel from the air. That was about as much as we could get.
You hold up the necklace, and whenever you see the guard was reaching out to take it, and then you said explodey magic, and his hand just went back.
Yeah.
And he reaches into his belt and pulls out his dagger. And do you know that thing they tend to do in CSI Miami where they lift and examine things with a pen? He kind of does that with the dagger.
Mm-hmm.
If I were listening to Rascal, Mads adds at the end. She says, "If I were you, I'd be watching from the skies."
The guard slowly looks up as you see that there is about now half a dozen Griffin riders just circling the area, and a few more have landed in roofs around the area.
Well, it's too late now.
The Arakakra rider is still up here with his little griffin, and he's still just giving Alia just a squint glare.
Yep.
Burp on burp.
As soon as Ashwood notices that the bracelet, the thingy, was actually mentioned. Oh yes, I'm sorry, it slipped my mind.
You know what? Let me see. I'm trying to think, would you have noticed this because you're currently talking to your own person and there's a lot of noise going around? Rascal, do me a little favour. We'll see how quiet you're talking. Roll a stealth.
Sure.
I'm going to be assuming you're not shouting about the explodey thing.
No.
Okay,
What's your passive
I
perception
don't
there,
hear it.
Ashwood?
It's 12, so it's lower, so he misses it.
Okay, then
Okay,
sorry, you're unable to
let-
determine what's going on over there.
There might be other things, but it is all a little bit confusing. I'm sorry, sir.
So, Rascal, you
Yo.
hand over the necklace that you
Yep.
see you found, and the guard kind of looks at you and says, "So, what was your thought process of taking this?"
I was waiting for the proper investigator to turn up. Was that wrong?
Well, if what you say is true, and this is explodey magic, as you put it,
Mm-hmm.
there was an explosion over there, and you're currently holding this.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
Yep.
This man is trying to protect this whole city.
I'm sure
Please
he
do
is.
not impugn his. Please do not impugn his character.
Well, I'll just take this for now, and then we'll see how
Yes.
things go.
Rascal, I'm so sorry that you're being treated this way.
Because
After all you've done for this city.
because
Wait,
I
am
was
I being
listening-
implicated in trying to blow up my own tavern?
For one thing,
This
as
is your
Miss-
property. Here.
Yep.
Yes, it's all our property.
for one thing, as
When you
Mr.
say all, could
Skyreach,
you point out the others?
Of course. And then she looks over to Captain Vizan, Hunter Swiftpaw, Ashward, and then Al. Alia, do you own the tavern too?
what? No,
Are
I'm
you
just.
a co-owner in the tavern? I can't remember.
No, she wasn't there for the signing, and she didn't contribute to its financing, so no.
Oh, right. You're just here to follow us around all the time.
Mhm.
I'm also trying to say.
Ownership
That-
dispute.
I'm also here to say that Mr. Skyreach clearly said that the child found the item.
Yeah, in the barrel.
I'm just saying what you told me, my friend.
Yes, but we're all co-owners except her. She just tried to break into our tavern a little while ago. She was climbing up on the roof. I found her,
Rascal,
but we invited.
can you
believe
roll
in
me
honest-
a straight charisma check? Okay. So the guard looks to you, looks to Mads, glances back over towards the kid hugging the pig, and says, "So you are aware of what this item does, and you felt it would be best that it wasn't in the hands of a small child. Is that what you're saying?"
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Alright then. Now that sounds a little bit better. I'll write that down. And I appreciate your civic mindedness in protecting the little one. And then move on.
Oh, that's a relief. Thank goodness.
Captain.
We appreciate
Bazan,
your detective work.
Hello there.
the constable that comes to interview you. He's like a head
Yeah.
shorter than you, and he kind of stands there, looking up. His little hands are
Mhm.
tucked in, holding the notepad. He's like, "So, what were you doing at the time of the, he gulps loudly, incident?"
Well, of course, not a problem, my dear fellow. And Vizan's going a bit the whole through that he's ridiculously polite and calm and placid. Well, my associates and I, we just finished, a little errand. I mentioned, I'll go into detail about the street, the address, the business. I don't mention the Harpers by name because I don't think the police really care about the Harpers that much. But I do mention, the name of the woman we were investigating, the shop and all that. And we were just on our way back when we heard the explosion. We came running. We saw the destruction, the bodies. Unfortunately, I was too late to do anything. I have some limited healing abilities, but nothing that can really, help after death, unfortunately. We had a look around. Unfortunately, I didn't see anything. By the time I finished checking this area, you all arrived. That's pretty much it, I'm afraid.
Alright. And you didn't notice anything unusual around the area, or did nothing at all?
Well, I mean, aside from all the corpses and the explosion, no. I mean, this is... no.
Right. So they spend probably the better part of 10 minutes talking to you all. They ask you all the usual questions like, what were you doing in the area? Where were you when the explosion occurred? Did you see anything unusual?
It was just an explosion.
The guard kind of blinks at you and goes, Cleric, I think I might have one of the guys hit in the head. The cleric runs over and just starts looking over you.
Look, I'm fine, but an explosion is rather unusual.
At this point,
And switched it to...
At this point, I don't want to disrupt the time flow, but I have something that Mads would like to do when there's a pause. Let me know when it's okay, Jurnis.
Sure, go on. It doesn't matter, just
Oh.
a cleric pawing over. Actually,
She brings-
he isn't wounded in the head.
She brings a hand to her head and looks over at Rascal and says, I'm feeling a little faint. Rascal, please take me home. Please tell these. She looks at the guard and says, may we please go home? I'm feeling a little overwhelmed. Just emotionally. This is too much, the sight of all this carnage.
The guard
Please let Rascal take me home.
As she's rambling on, he just kind of looks down to Rascal and he motions over his shoulder towards Trollskull Manor. He's like, you said you owned that establishment. Do you also reside in there?
Yes,
do,
I want
yes.
to go and to lie down.
And yeah, feel free to go on ahead. But some of the other investigators might come talk to you later on.
That's fine. Come on, Rascal. Take me home, please.
I want to inside it, but yeah, fuck it. Rascal will go with it. So yes, Rascal will be a gent and like lead you inside.
Okay, Alia, you approach Gromling, and as you mention the Xanathar, he kind of glances up at you and narrows his eyes like, that's an interesting theory. What brought you to that conclusion, if you mind me asking?
And apart from the fact that it's dried shit on his robes.
He slowly glances over to one of the constables, who also apparently has dried shit in his clothes. That's not really a compelling argument, my dear. That sounds a bit circumstantial.
Ali is kind of trying to remain polite.
That'll be a first.
It seems to be a possibility.
It is a possibility, yes, but making firm decisions and like that right away will limit the scope of the investigation and will cause us to miss things. What we've determined so far is that it looks like this gentleman spent some time in the sewers. There are a number of groups who make use of that. And considering the mark on that fair gentleman, which I'm sure you've already investigated, that leads us somewhere else. Now, we're just going to continue with our investigation in a moment. I know you seem to be chomping at the bit to get in on this, but how about you just let us do our job first? I know who you are, and I know you like to blunder on ahead. But this is an investigation, not a manhunt.
Fine, when it tends to a manhunt, you know where to find me.
Evidently, in that place. He leans over and looks over to the inn.
For the time being, yes.
Look, I appreciate what work you do for the Watch and all, but here's the thing. At At this point, you're a witness. We don't tend to allow witnesses investigate. But as a common courtesy, if it does turn into a manhunt, then we'll talk to you because that is where you're skilled. But in the meantime, why don't you let Barnabas do his thing?
I just very kind of nods, sort of like the half, like sort of as a way of salute, like the guards do, and then just kind of steps back.
Right. So, by this point, I take it Rascal and Mads, you have both walked into the inn, yeah?
Yeah.
Yep.
Alright then.
And Mad says, take me to the attic. I need to lie down.
There's your
I wanna
comment.
ins-
But I'm not gonna do it.
Yeah. Okay. Now I like to pop the insight.
There's no implication in her voice at all. She just sounds like she means it. She sounds upset. She actually is upset.
Okay,
so.
okay. I'll take. You're telling me as a player, so it must be true.
Okay.
All right. So yeah, no, the little boy will go. The little scaly boy will guide Mads up the stairs at her own pace to the attic, and like
Those
set her
times
up in
12.
bed.
And as you have gone 30 feet from the boy, the choice now becomes this. Ashford, would you like to continue? Would you like to be the anchor point for Rudolph?
Yes.
Oh no!
Then Rudolph does not disappear from the boy's arms. Just
Woo!
so. The questioning goes on for the better part of half an hour. At this stage now, a wagon has appeared, and the deceased are carefully loaded up, wrapped in cloths, and respectfully put in a covered wagon to be taken for further investigation. They've been removed from the site. A lot of the constables have now moved off to escort the body. There's just the standing watch at this point. Only a few of the constables, of the 20 that came, only about 5 remain, including the 2 main investigators. A number of the eyewitnesses are still in the area, and they seem to be excitedly speculating with each other. You notice that a few people are repeating their stories over and over to whoever will listen to them. So the question now is, do you want to follow Mads into your tavern? Or what do you want to do?
Well, yeah, I literally just typed that, Peach is going to try and hang around outside, but if there's no point for him to do that, he would like to keep eye on Mads for as long as possible. So he's probably going to politely make his excuses and try and slip inside to see if he can find out where they are.
Okay. You are excused from the investigation site by the constable who's interviewing you. You managed to just head off into your establishment. As you go in, I would say because you followed them pretty close behind, you could tell that they have gone upstairs. You can hear them moving around on the hardwood. It sounds like they're going upstairs to the attic.
Okay. Let's see. I don't really have much in the way of stealth, do I? Son of a bee, minotaurs.
Clop, clop, clop.
Yeah, it's like, it's dude. I've got disadvantage with all stealth because of his armor as well. I think I'm probably going to hang around on basically on the floor below where the attic is, and I'm just going to try and keep an ear open. I just want to know if there's any sounds of struggling or sudden violence. I don't know if she's about to murder Rascal or not.
Okay.
Oh my god!
I know. At the moment, Peach is like a slight meta thing here. He was a little thrown by the whole cat thing, and he's like, "Don't kill the kobold. Don't kill the kobold." Shit. Because because here's the thing. He's worked with Black Widows before, so He doesn't exactly know now for sure what the situation between them two is, and it's like, no, we need him alive. No.
It's nice to be
Oh
wanted.
no.
Alright.
So hey, he's looking out for you, but that's it.
Okay, Ali's just kind of.
assume he doesn't hear that, but what is Hunter, Ashford, and Alia doing?
Ali's just kind of leaning up against the wall here, just watching.
Ashworth's still enduring the cleric that's poking him. I'm fine, I'm fine.
You got eventually poked with a lesser restoration, and they moved off to someone else who was nursing a burn.
Okay. I assume that gives me back 7 hit points?
It wasn't a heal, it was more or less to remove the effects of a concussion, because they thought you had been concussed, because you're being a sarcastic fucker. They didn't know whether you were being sarcastic or being touched in the head.
They wasted a spell slot. And fast.
I told you I'm fine.
Yeah, well, last time someone told me that, they said they were fine, but they had lost their legs. So, you're getting this. And just like, bops you in the head, lesser restoration, and just wanders off.
But a flesh wound.
Change.
I so
It doesn't change.
wish Mads had been there so she could have said, sometimes the sickest people are the ones that used assisted fine.
Yeah, Mads.
Yes. Mads, are you fine?
What would you like to do after you've given your interview?
Well, she's feeling a little sore after taking the force of that explosion. So she's going to excuse herself and head into the tavern to lie down and relax.
Alright. Ashford and Aya, are you discussing with anyone else, or are you heading on in?
No, Ali is just watching. She's not moving.
Well, my young friend, I unfortunately have to ask you to give me the little piggyback.
Oh, but I like him.
I know,
call him
but... Well, his name is Rudolph, and
I like Bert better.
I understand. But it wasn't my name to it wasn't me to give him this name.
You see, the who you assume to be his older sister is just like now trying to gently pry his hands up and say, no, give the mouse man back his pet. There's a good boy. And he's like, oh, okay. Bye,
How
Bert.
dare you.
And he gives you over Rudolph. Rudolph just oinks happily, wiggling his
I'm
nose.
sorry.
Invite them to the tavern.
I'm just gonna take the little one home. I think I might need to see someone about. Yeah, she just kind of looks over at the scorch mark.
Yes. If he ever wants to play with Rudolph again, I'm fairly certain he will be able to over at our tavern.
Oh, really? I could come visit Bert. It's Rudolph, darling. Rudolph. No, Bert. I like Bert.
You could be Bert Rudolph. Or Rudolph Bert. Or
Bert
Rudolph.
I'm just gonna take him. I appreciate that. She's like scoops him up. And he's like, oh, okay. And walks off.
Goodbye, young friend.
He's just waving enthusiastically, just like knocking his sister on the shoulder with his elbow. So, is there anything else you're doing?
So, Officer Sophia. That was a rather interesting thing happening.
Yes.
Get the Alia's just smoldering with rage right now and just screaming fucking Kobold in her head over and over again.
Not fucking Kobold, more just basically everyone around her.
There's bound to be a fucking kobold there somewhere, though.
Well, there is
Literally.
a fucking halfling trying to be kind.
Kind of, Alia? Ah!
So these two are the main investigators of this case.
Sergeant Crumley and the last time.
Well, he looks like the scholarly type, to be honest, as Mr. Blastwind.
He's an expert in magic.
Well, I hope they will be able to figure out.
As you say that, he like wipes his finger in the soot, touches it to his lips, and says, "Definitely fire now."
I think we've worked out what our little necklace was responsible for.
I joke, but he's a lot more confident than I made him
Oh,
sound.
oh god, I forgot to mention the necklace.
Rascal already did it.
Alright, but still, it always has a bad look. When someone forgets something, you know this probably from your own investigation. Someone doesn't say everything, and suddenly when the stories don't match, you think, oh, they're responsible for everything.
Let's just say there are some details I try not to share with the regular watch.
Like you climbing houses.
I'm sorry?
I mean, like you tried to climb Trollskull Manor for your investigation of us.
At the time, you were unknown element. As ordered to observe you. The best way to observe you unnoticed would have been to climb the house.
You would have had to look through the chimney.
Or the windows.
Look, and he points to the singed windows on the first floor, which is not the ground floor. You do know that windows work both ways. You can look in, but I can look out.
On a dark night, I'm more likely to be able to see everything in the lit room than you are outside in a dark alley.
Still, I think that was not necessarily the way necessary, but again, it is your operation, not mine.
That's what's annoying me. This should be my operation.
Well, no, I mean the operation about when you were investigating us. So I cannot question your methods because it was not my case. I mean, you probably get what I'm trying to say.
Yes, I do. I prefer to deal with things directly.
Well, in that case, why didn't you just knock on our front door? That would have been the most direct way.
Because sometimes you need to observe before you act. Again, I didn't know anything about any of you.
Well, but I do have a question. Why weren't you investigating us? You never truly
Because-
gave us a reason.
Because you caused quite a ruckus.
Oh, there's a lot of ruckus going on in this town, so... you need to be a little bit more specific, maybe.
When you recover a noble from the sewers who happened to get beaten up by an orc and a mind flayer, City Watch takes notice.
I didn't see a mind flayer.
Someone in your party described what a bit.
Well, it must have been Mads. She had run back, so. So I didn't see that mind flayer. All I saw was that. What did they call this thing again? The small brain that tries to eat your brain?
No idea, but Your noble friend did relay as much information as he could to us.
Except, of course, what exactly a Mind Flayer is doing in here, and what the hell there are beholder children dreams floating around.
All I know is I was told to look to observe you.
Okay. It does not bode too much. Does not inspire me with the most confidence that not even you know exactly why you're looking over us.
Frankly, I think they think. Frankly, I think they think I was getting too close to a certain group.
I have no idea what you could mean by that.
Let's just say my usual area of investigation is the docks.
Oh, by the way, because you're a member of the guard, you know any group of criminals walking using you know, a wheel with spokes as a symbol?
Alia's eyebrow raises at that, like the one on my back.
Did not see that. Maybe I haven't.
Would have.
You would have seen it in the
Yeah.
fighting pit.
He hasn't paid any attention to it.
Even at the fight pit?
Yeah, the fight pit. Weren't you watching?
Yes, like that tattoo. Yes. I'm sorry. Didn't think of it.
It's a very, very well established thieves guild.
Well, what do they do with the floaters?
I really can't say for certain. I'm not that knowledgeable on their operation.
Also, you're of the city guard, and you carry the symbol of the thieves guild.
My father was a member.
And you inherited his tattoo?
No. Alia is...
Then I'm very sorry, but I do not so fully understand why
Alia
you are wearing that tattoo as well.
Alia's remaining eye just kind of fixed on him in a death glare.
Oh, here we go.
I am seriously just trying to understand.
The symbol... My father had the same tattoo.
Okay.
I associated with him and being safe.
Okay.
Some members of Xanathar's guild have looked after me in the past.
Okay, so it is more out of tradition and respect for your father than a sign of membership. Okay, I understand that. I completely understand that. I'm sorry for implying otherwise.
She kind of indicates the side of the face with its lapis lazuli and just goes, "The bastard who did this, well, they made him pay."
Well, that sounds like you don't really have to be out for revenge. It's you still are a little how do I put it?
Let's just say they didn't finish the job.
Well, if they had it, you wouldn't be here. So that is kind of obvious, if I may
No.
say so.
I mean that they interrupted him when he was doing this.
Oh,
Ran him off.
okay. To be honest, and I do know that you will take this the wrong way. But you don't look half bad, actually.
Uh-oh.
Half my face was sliced off. If I were a human, you wouldn't be saying that.
But you aren't a human.
Oh.
Caw.
No, he is going to be the idiot right now.
No, that's not what I'm cawing.
I would like to remind you that Rascal did mention out loud what Anya is when she had his spat with him at the fight
Yeah.
pit.
The fact is, I'm half human. My mother was she was a genie. That is the only reason I don't have a massive lump of scar tissue where my right hand side of my face is.
Still, I mean,
It's still a deformity.
if you think of it as such, who am I to tell you otherwise?
Exactly.
So please forgive me for my intrusion.
You at least have the excuse of wanting to know what happened. Basically, after he killed my father and stole my mother, he dragged me into a back alley and tried to carve out my eyes. He got the job halfway done before the Xanath of our guild members found us.
Well,
They chased him off. He escaped. 10 years later, I found him, brought him into the city dungeons, and I stared at him all night. And he lost his mind.
I am not going to ask how you staring at him caused him to lose his mind, because I don't want to get a taste of the same medicine.
It's something that a genie possess called the Evil Eye.
Well, most of the time you give me more of a sting eye.
The point is that I have a reputation amongst the guards for being a witch.
Well, from what some of the guards say, you also have a reputation of being rather easy to irritate.
That is true. But when you're, as I said, half human and the daughter of a known thief, advancing in the guard is not exactly easy.
Yes, but I mean, who is the best guard if not someone who knows how to steal the thing? That is how I see things. Sometimes it is more practical to get someone from the other side, or at least someone who knows how the other side thinks.
Exactly. My father taught me, well, pretty much everything he knew. So
you're a master. You would be, if you weren't on the right side of the law, would be a master thief yourself.
well, I've been on the wrong side of the law myself, so
Yes, but right now, especially given that guards might be listening in, I don't know how long it takes for things to fall by the wayside. Legally speaking.
I know. Believe me, I've already been in prison and shoved in orphanages more times than I can remember.
So
it was
yes.
something to survive as a child, after all.
Oh, trust me, survival isn't easy all the time. I've had my brushes with the worse side towns and with the business ends of weapons of most kinds.
Yes, well, right now I would honestly rather be looking more into the plague rat situation, but I have my assignment.
Which still is checking out what we are about.
Pretty much. I get the feeling this assignment was done purely to stop me being too disruptive.
Or maybe they are just and this is just me speculating. Maybe they don't want you to get hurt yourself because of you being so eager to get your case solved, and those responsible dealt with. You can hear the quotation marks around "dealt with."
Yes, I suppose so, but as I said, I would rather not be chasing you all up on this.
Well, at least I am here. I'm not running right now, so no need to chase right now.
If a damn kobold will stop bringing up my face, I would be able to rest a little easier.
I think he's just trying to be very, very nice to you. He doesn't mean any harm with these words. He's trying to bring a little levy and maybe try to make you smile. I know it is difficult when you have a rather turbulent life. But I think he only means the best, he's not trying to anger you.
We should give up, I don't smile.
Well, look at him. He is all smiles and everything, and I think he's just trying to spread his positivity to you.
Oh.
It really isn't working.
Well, in that case, maybe you should try telling him in a fairly calm and collected manner that while you do maybe you would appreciate at least the effort. I mean, I don't know. I'm not you, so yes, that you maybe appreciate the effort, but that you do not think that it is appropriate.
You know, if I'd won that money last night, I would have just given it to him, you know?
Why aren't you
That's
trying
the
to
thing.
buy him?
This is a conversation between the two lead investigators. Whether these two are paying any fucking attention at all is another matter whatsoever.
I love it.
Yeah. Ali is basically distracted at this point.
Well,
I have been thinking and hoping against hope. Please God, let them hear all of this.
well,
Let them
anyway,
hear all of it. Every word.
maybe we should make our way over to the tavern. I think the people in this house are looking at us a little bit funny.
I suppose.
No one's really paying any special attention to you. There's essentially, the street is lined with rubberneckers and witnesses, and there are people repeating their stories over and over and over again. So you're not the only two people sitting having a conversation. But these two we're having this conversation in the street.
Wait a second. Did I just hear the word Raven?
Ali is going to try to listen in.
Don't think they're very quiet.
Are you trying to get closer?
Yeah, she's basically going to try and get to the. She's basically try and walk past without it seeming like she's listening in.
I would say you hear the gist of this conversation. As you kind of make it look that you're walking past, they start talking about trying to look up magical item registration. Something about this one witness was odd, but they're not discussing that in further detail because they both already know the details. But you do hear that name, Hornraven. And you also see, do notice the clutching at her pearls. As you glance around, you notice that there is indeed a woman who is currently ringing at a pearl necklace in front of this store here.
Oh, she's actually in front of the shitty pub.
No, wait, actually, sorry. I need to double check where this business is. No, number 5. She's outside this building. The business called the Tiger's Eye.
Ah.
Alia's making a note.
Making a note of that?
Mental note. And she's basically going to remember. Yeah, she's basically going to remember to go and have a chat with her later.
Okay. As you're walking in, you see that there's a woman basically leaning out of the window of this place too, still talking adamantly to a constable, and the constable looks like she has been talking his ear off.
Alia just kind of continues on and goes into the tavern, into Trollskull Manor.
Question for our glorious DM. Like I say, he's not in the officer's room or anything, but he is basically trying to keep one ear open again for any kinds of scuffling or violence coming from the attic. I know that a hunter came in at some point. I wasn't too sure what the sequence of events was going to be for that. It all depends. Actually, it all depends on like Mads and Rascal.
We'll come to that in a moment. Ashford, is you doing anything, or are you following Alia into the tavern?
I do not think anything can be done out here. Though he actually makes his way to the two gentlemen. Excuse me, gentlemen.
Can we help you, sir?
Yes, I am one of the owners of what is currently still known as Rascal Manor, soon to be named Rascal's Rendezvous. You know, the building that was mostly damaged by the incident.
Yeah. Halfway, gentlemen. You see, Seath quickly flicks through his notepad. Mr. Grumbletoes, is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
And, how can we assist?
I was just wondering if you would be so kind as to let us know some bits and pieces of your investigation. We would just like to know who was trying to explode a bomb basically on our doorstep.
At the moment, this is an ongoing investigation and we can't release any details of what we have found.
I fully understand, and I would just like you to know that if there is anything that you could use assistance from outside sources, I'm fairly certain that me and my friends are willing to assist.
Yeah. I do believe one of your party indicated that they were an amateur investigator.
Oh yes, Lady Madeline.
And you think you can assist with this?
If you see fit to it, of course, the investigation is in your hand, not mine. After all, I'm Merely a humble servant.
Roll a persuasion check.
Great. No, he's not. He's not going to buy this. I'm fairly certain.
I will admit this is a little bit much for us to handle, but at the moment, I do believe we will leave this in the hands of the Watch. You trust in us, and we'll ensure that no further harm happens to your business. I can confirm that, at the very least, I do not believe your business was the target.
Then it is still most unfortunate. I mean, someone was apparently on the way down here, so it would be terrible still to be the scene of a crime that, if all fails, might at one time grow a little bit cold. Again, I just wanted to offer mine and the services of my friends. But I see that you two are busy, so apologies for intruding.
As you're saying, trust in the Watch. We'll get to the bottom of this. Have a good day, sir.
A very good day to you, gentlemen, as well. And he takes off his cap and bows deeply, slowly walking backwards.
Alligator is internally screaming if she could hear this.
And Ashwood makes his way into Trollskull Manor as well.
Okay.
Stays on the ground floor.
Well, the question is, does Alia want to try and convince them again, or is she happy enough with the stern telling off she was given?
She is kind of wanting to get back involved, but actually, yeah, she's gonna come back out, and this time she's gonna just basically go up to the parents and go, "Is there anything else I can help with?"
They kind of look at each other, and you see Saith kind of rubs the back of his neck. Roll persuasion.
Yeah. 1 second.
Yeah.
You're about as persuasive as
Tell you what,
as half
because you are still technically a member of the Watch, roll with advantage.
Okay.
And before she rolls worse now.
Yeah. Come on. Hey, not too bad.
They kind of look at each other, and Barnabas just shrugs. And Saith just... You can see he's rubbing his head, and you get the impression he knows he's going to regret this. But he looks around, makes sure no one else is listening around, and says, "Alright. We said we'd bring you in if things got a little bit weird. Things are weird. From what we determined, the little one, the gnome, it looked like he was being chased. As you said in your statement, he had a dagger. We believe he was being chased by the 2 human blokes you found over there. But eyewitnesses said there was a third. Looks like he got caught in the explosion. Stole something from the little guy and ran off over there." And he points over here. They said he ran off towards the bent nail round the corner, and nobody else has saw him since then, so Griffin riders suspect he slipped into the sewer. But that was the guy who was chasing the gnome. Nobody really knows where the fireball came from. We have one witness. He flips his notes at Miss Hornraven. She claims she saw someone on the roofs. Griffin Riders also mentioned they saw someone on the roofs running off north.
And the boy said the same thing.
Well,
He
the
said
boy
to
said
the-
something dropped from the sky. and-
Look, it's stopped.
Yes. And the item that was dropped from the sky was this.
Necklace of fireballs?
But yes, actually, it's precisely what it is. Normally it has quite a number of beads, but this one only has a few. So it has been used. He pulls out the necklace and you can see that the fittings that the beads are in, a few of them are broken and torn, so it looks like they were ripped off. So these have been used, so whoever it was attacked these 4 gentlemen from the roof with this magic. And then either dropped this or tried to hide the evidence. But they went off north and dropped down into the alleys, and Griffin Riders won't be able to pick them up. We couldn't get a close enough description because the first rider on the scene sadly wasn't quick enough to catch a good look at them. And you see he looks up to the Aarakocra, who's now like gently patting their griffin. So unfortunately they gave us no real detailed information, but Miss Hornraven said something rather odd. She claimed that it wasn't a man. Yeah, hang on, let me get a statement. So he starts flicking through his book, and he reads up, he says, it looked, she says it was more like a puppet shaped like a man. A puppet with no strings. It was on the rooftop, it hurled something into the crowd, caused the explosion, and then she starts rambling about how she saw the poor halflings burned alive.
Puppet. Alia shall rack her brain at this point. Don't suppose it could have been a construct.
We were thinking along those lines too. What do you call them? Nimble rights. There's not a lot of them in the town. Quite frankly, we're not totally sure where to start on those, but I've sent a runner off to try and find out what's where. Until I'll get word back from him, I've got nothing. I really don't have the manpower to go and start searching around for them.
So we're suspecting nimble rights.
Yep. Now we do know there's a few people down the docks who have them. But
Yeah, Ali just tenses at that. Ali just tenses at that point.
yeah, the ships, they tend to work on the ships, carrying boxes, things like that. But as far as I know, this homeboy said this one was a little bit more elaborate. The ones I know down the docks, they're made of brass. They're made to work. They're not pretty. So I don't think it was any of them.
I doubt it. I checked the roof. Couldn't see any sign of a heavy set individual attempting to escape.
It's possible. But anyway, we're trying to find out what information we have. Right now, our information network is run a little ragged with the usual information and things, but if you're able to figure something out, if you hear anything, be sure to let us know. But I would say from an official standpoint, if you really want, you can handle the manhunt side of things like we promised. Let us know what you make out of.
Alright, I shall consult some sources I have.
Right. But that's what we have at the minute, and that's what we're willing to share. You know how these investigations go. You keep the details quiet so they don't know what you know. I'd appreciate
Precisely.
if you'd done the same thing.
Precisely.
Anyway, I have to go and disappoint some guys by sending them into the sewers. He turns right and starts walking towards a couple of guards over here. Meanwhile, Boris is just kind of sitting there holding the necklace and kind of looks at me and goes, I should probably go deal with this, shouldn't I? Alright. I don't know why he turned into Penfold. He starts walking off in another direction, and a couple of guards start escorting him as well.
Okay. Alia is going to head back into the mansion and she's going to look at the picture.
Okay. Yeah, Peachy. Oh, after you, DM.
Inside, gonna do a little bit of timey-wimey bullshit. So, Ashford and Zephyr, you're currently outside. Helps if I move the camera too. So, Rascal and Mads, you are
Yes.
having your conversation upstairs.
We
Is there
are,
anything
yes.
that Peachy would overhear that he would be concerned about?
Probably.
Yeah. Because, Rascal's gonna be asking what the hell happened between Mads and the cat, and he's going to insist on honesty.
Okay. So, I would
Meanwhile,
say we'll let that play out a little bit.
Cool.
So, Vaizan, I would say you are currently sitting at the bottom of the stairs that lead into the attic. Depending on their stealth rules, you may be able to hear them. So,
Okay.
Rascal and Mads, could you roll stealth to see how quietly you're talking?
is that me causing?
Is that what? Sorry, D?
Is that me causing the wind in the chat?
No, that'll be icy. It says lots of
okay.
activity on his mic.
Think
On
your
Discord,
fans
Her
can see
AC
your
is
It's okay.
Yeah, I really have no control over that, and we're trying to limit our AC usage.
No, it's okay. It's fine.
It's
It's
alright.
not a problem. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't causing it. I have a fan blasting me.
mic. Lower your Discord volume a little. There we are. There we go.
Well,
Okay. You're fine, don't worry about it.
No, it's
So-
totally fine. I just wanted to be
Mads is being relatively quiet. Rascal, not so much. He's a little emotionally charged.
Yeah.
Vaizan, would you be so
Yo.
kind as to roll me a perception check, seeing as you're actively trying to listen?
Absolutely.
Low roll, low roll, low roll.
low roll.
Yes!
You can't
Moo.
hear shit. You're trying. You can hear the rumble of conversation, but you can't make out any words whatsoever. So you're now kind of pouting halfway up the stairs.
Yeah. Da 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 da.
You're still waiting to hear if there's any sudden thuds or sudden silences. We'll see about
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
this. So, Rascal,
Yes.
how do you want to breach this conversation?
Well, can I pick up from where can we pick up from what I was like emoting in the chat?
Yes.
Sure.
She gets up Rascal gets up on the bed, and then Mads does her usual thing. She gets up sort of sideways and puts her head on his knees,
Mm-hmm.
and then she goes, "I'm sorry."
And he looks at you rather seriously for once, like, no more flappy, happy, laughy boy here. It's like, and would you like to tell me exactly what you're sorry for? And I'd like the whole truth, please.
Things are happening with me, and I don't understand them.
Hey, I'll lower the music a bit. There we go.
Things are happening with me, and I don't really understand them.
Well, I don't understand what went on with you and the cat. For one moment, it was like calm and happy around you, and the next minute, it was really freaked out and wouldn't let you near it again. So it must have been something serious.
Mads nods and says, "I'm a druid. Animals are like people. It decided it didn't like me." Well, I mean, she's not lying.
And why did it decide it didn't like you all of a sudden?
Spores. Tried to get out of my grasp and freaked up my arms, and when that happens, sometimes I give off spores. I'm a druid. Circle of spores.
And do you really think your spores would cause the animal to hate you so fervently? and intently instead of just being a momentary inconvenience.
It's a defensive weapon, Rascal. I can show you, but I don't want to hurt you. You'll see it. I'll show you some other time.
Man, I have to roll an insight to tell if she's lying.
You do.
Don't I? Damn it.
And you
Hey!
roll a deception check.
Ah!
She's lying.
Oh!
She is lying to you. There's something about that cat.
That's a don't buy it. I asked you for the truth, and you're not telling me the truth. But you say you don't want to hurt me, but you're hurting me here.
Ooh. Mads lowers her head and said, "The cat knows something about me."
That's
This is
something
true.
you can't share with me.
You won't like it if I do.
Matt, I bared my heart to you a couple nights ago. I told you things that no one else knows. You know where I'm from. You know what I was.
Yeah, but you
Yeah,
don't know where I'm from.
Well, I told you. You tell me. I'll listen.
You- She kind of like almost cries a little bit, but it's like it's real.
Aww.
And I'm gonna roll a 1d100 because that's like 50%, isn't it? Wisdom save or wisdom check is what I should do. Actually, never mind. I did the wrong one. She's trying to decide whether it's a good idea or not to do a thing. Oh, gee.
I mean, I can make this easier for you and just roll a persuasion to see how,
Oh my god! Yeah, roll a persuasion.
So I had no idea what those rolls are all about. Yeah, 26. You're
Because
very...
she would have I'm gonna say she would have advantage, or he would have advantage because he wants to tell him.
Yeah.
And so she says, "Alright, my name is Kolrath Majan, and I told you that before.
You did, yes.
I'm from a place called Circourse. It's very far from here.
Mm-hmm.
It's not even in the same world as here.
Oh. Okay.
I'm from a very different place. I traveled here. I have a tree. It lets me go where I want. Well, it goes where it wants, and I like to explore. I'm a monster. And the cat knew it. And that is true.
Yep.
But she's avoiding, and the cat figured it out.
And how did the cat figure it out?
Animals can figure those things out sometimes. I'm not like you, Rascal. I'm different. I've hurt a lot of people. I've done a lot of killing. I've even died before.
Well, sweetheart, I'm a kobold, so I know what it's like to be the monster. We're like
Not like
low-level adventurer, my father.
Not like this.
No, you're probably right, but...
I left my village because my village doesn't... People don't like monsters. And I knew I was one. And so I left. And then I started killing.
I had to kill 5, so my hands aren't clean either.
I mean a lot of killing. A lot. I've lost count. And I'm good at it. And I like It's what I'm best at.
Hmm.
I came here on one of my little adventures just to have fun. And now things are changing, and I'm not sure why, and I don't know what to do. I've been murdering since I was a child. I killed a dryad when I was 13. She was the owner of the tree. It's my tree now. And I'm scared I'm gonna die and lose you. Or just lose you. And your life is like a song. Mine's more like a scream. But it's all music. We can do music. Sometimes I hurt things. And then later on I think to myself that was as good as any other choice. I don't want to lose you. I'm so frightened all the time now of losing you. I'm so scared. And I'm not used to being scared. I'm used to scaring people. I'm used to being the scary one. They talk about me in circles, in the fungal forest where my tree is. Talk about me. Madwoman of the fungal forest. It's me. And they're right. And I'm sorry. Well, I'm not sorry about that. I'm sorry that I'm having to tell you this. All because of a cat. Crying while laughing. I'm sorry. But yeah, I'm a monster. And someone will figure it out, or knows who I am. Someone's gonna come. I'm gonna get sent away. You'll send me away. I'll get killed or I'll get jailed.
I'm not gonna send you away. Hasn't crossed my mind for a moment.
I have a mushroom garden in my basement. You know the rare mushrooms I have? The ones I've given some people?
Yeah.
And the drugs I use?
Yeah, and you try to detect lift that way.
An altered state of mind can sometimes see the spirit realm. But I've used it before. One of the people I killed came back as a ghost.
Okay.
What?
He just says okay.
Well, she says, but lots of those mushrooms only grow in death.
Are you implying that you killed someone and buried them in the basement?
Someone? Not someone. She's not looking happy about it. She looks not so much ashamed as like, fuck, I can't believe I'm going for this. She's lowering her head and, not someone. I told you I've killed a lot of people.
Okay.
Your life is a song. Mine is a scream. I just told you that.
Yeah, just like you keep going round and round in circles, like trying to make me present yourself as this terrible, terrible being to me. And I don't know, maybe you are, but since you met up with me and I've met up with you, you've made a real effort to I don't know, try something different. You put on a fancy dress, you prettied yourself up, you fixed your teeth.
I thought it was an adventure.
Yeah.
But now it's like a virus.
But is the problem that you're kind of liking it? You're liking being something different, and you're worried that you're going to fuck it up? That seems to be the vibe I'm getting.
Yeah. I'm really worried I'm going to fuck it up, or someone's going to find me. Or I'm gonna go back. I don't want to disappoint you, and I hate that. It's like torture.
You get a big kobold hug, basically engulfing your entire head.
She sincerely hugs the kobold back. She is like, and she's like shaking, and she's like, looked like she's like.
Listen,
I am a monster though, but I like being your monster.
well, I like being your monster too. I'm a kobold, sweetie.
Then
I'm
let's
not
be
as like. I'm just a kobold trying to be better.
Then let's be monsters together. And I.
Look,
And-
all I ask is, like, you gotta keep me in the know. We're all part of the tribe, and if the tribe doesn't pull together, if the tribe keeps secrets, it falls apart. There's no
The cat
room
was
for
a
this-
witness.
Yeah, but if you got rid of the cat, it would have reflected badly on us. It would have reflected badly on the Harpers. It would have, like, totally scuppered and botched what I'm trying to do here. That mission meant a lot to me, you know?
I don't want that to happen.
Exactly.
There was a creature there.
I knew it. I fucking knew it!
When I went to my ritual,
Mhm.
I went there by myself.
That's a lie.
Yes, it is.
Would you like to deceive?
Deception.
Yeah.
That's
That's
a-
a perception, darling. Deception.
Oh, whoops. I tried to hit deception. Sorry.
It's
Arrgh.
okay.
Oh shit!
Yeah, you believe her.
I went there by myself.
God damn it!
Meanwhile,
And-
Bazan, halfway
Well,
up
she-
the stairs is the stair where I stop.
Where I sit. But she says, I took there was a gazer. I took it and put it in a bag, and I sold it.
To who? Who would want a gazer? Especially a live one.
Some people in a bar.
Mm-hmm.
Truth. Wasn't it a bar? No, it wasn't a bar. It was just some people in some house. I don't know.
Yeah, now can I
He gave me
please
some money.
cite that?
No, that was I didn't say a bar because I was thinking it happened in a bar and she was telling the truth. So I just wanted to say some people in a house.
Yeah, like, that's fake as hell, so... Oh, come on, Rascal!
She's protected.
Yes!
Oh,
Some
Watch out!
people in a house.
Right, so you expect me... Mads, come on, we were doing so well, and you're back to lying again. Why
I'm not
are you lying?
Because I don't
Some
want you to
people
go.
in a house.
I'm
I
not
love
used to this,
you.
okay? I'm used
I understand. I'm sorry.
She reaches over to try to kiss him at that because he says I love you.
Push.
And
Not
she's like
now.
overwhelmed.
Not
You've
now.
never said, have you? When did you love me?
Yes, I do.
I love you too.
But onto the topic at hand. Please tell me what actually happened.
I'm trying to. I'm sorry. I'm a little bit.
I know. You're used to, like, having to not cover your tracks, I guess.
Yeah. Some criminals.
Criminals, eh?
Yes. So they wanted to take it off our off of my hands, and I gave it to him.
So you're telling me that, you, who is as new to Waterdeep as I am, just knew the kind of criminals to hand off a gazer to?
No. I mean, I can spot criminals a mile away, but no.
So, who informed you of these fine gentlemen who would be interested in a gazer?
Captain Visam.
And the pieces fit into place. correct me if I'm wrong, Mads. Would it be safe to say that you and the captain performed this ritual together?
No, there was no ritual.
Yeah.
He helped me get rid of the thing.
So, why did you take it upon yourselves to undermine our mission for the Harpers?
I didn't think it would be undermining it. Look, the plan was take it to keep you safe. We would take the monster away. There'd be no threat to you. We could sell it and use the sale to help the tavern. All honest.
Yeah. Okay, I get that. I see where you were coming from.
You're safe, but the cat was a witness. I talked to it. It said it saw me there the night before.
And did it seem particularly bothered that you were there the night before?
No.
So you panicked.
Yeah. I'm used to coming in, exploding or burning things, and then leaving. Meanwhile, the detectives downstairs hear that. No, I'm kidding. I'm not used to staying. I'm not used to sticking around. I'm spinning plates, and they're starting to crash.
Yeah,
and I want your help. I wasn't undermining anything. I was trying to help the tavern.
I believe you.
The plan was...
too.
Oh god, here it comes. I'm so sorry, everybody. The plan was... they would think that the old lady was crazy. They'd commit her. And then we could buy the property.
Okay, that makes Rascal, stop for a second.
And then you use it to help the tavern.
Right. So...
I did it for you.
And
True.
that is a whole new level of messed up. And the captain supported this?
He didn't exactly support it. I'm a very dominant personality. He goes along with what I say.
Rascal thinks about their nights and their passionate nights. Is like, yeah, you are.
I got a 2 in deception though. Bro, you're
It's a nat
inside.
1 in deception, but still.
I don't need to roll an insight. You
no,
nat
okay.
1, so Rascal
Okay.
knows.
That's
Okay, so
yeah, you can probably infer that. I would assume that it was not. It was it was Captain. It was both of their ideas.
yeah. Okay, so yeah, I know you're pretty forward, but it seems like the captain might have had a fair part to play in your plans here, because you're more of a cut and dry person. You and
I'm sorry.
No,
I don't know what to do next.
Well, no,
I love you.
I love you too. This doesn't change that.
The leaf floods over her. She looks like she's just she wants to lie down on his knee again. She's she's overwhelmed. She looks overwhelmed. She wants to lie down on his knee.
He'll let you.
I've killed so much and burned so much and left so much behind. I don't know.
Honestly, the bit that only really throws me off is the fact that you tried to get an innocent old woman committed.
We don't know that she's innocent. No one's innocent.
You're right. I'm not innocent either. I've killed hundreds, thousands of people. I don't know.
You have?
I told you.
Thousands?
Yeah. They threw me in the arena. I was the crowd favorite. I slaughtered orcs, ogres, trolls, even a few giants, minotaurs like Bison. Believe it or not, a tiny kobold could take on colossuses if you throw enough cure wounds at them.
You have a warrior's heart. She's turned on.
I did it to survive.
Yes, that's why I do it too.
Yeah.
I
Anyway,
did not expect this direction. I love it.
Nobody
Sure, like,
expects the Mass
Rascal's not as
Inquisition.
innocent as we all thought.
I love it.
He's
Nobody
not
expects
the
this Mass
cinnamon
Inquisition.
roll.
Rascal, let's be monsters together. Right now. Let's be monsters.
Mads, I'm kind of with you, but we're in the middle of a conversation, sweetie.
Talk later. Monsters now.
Talk now.
Mm.
All it's
Okay.
Spain, not Christian. Please say Christian. We will check back in. We least suspect it.
She leans forward and goes, "What more do you want to know? I'll tell you whatever you need to know."
Look, all I need you to know is that you and the captain cannot go about slaughtering people or trying to get people committed behind our backs without at least me knowing. Like, you guys say, like, oh, Rascal's the leader, Rascal's the leader. Well, the leader has to know what the tribe is up to. It's like I was saying, if the tribe does not coordinate as one, it suffers, it falls apart, and it dies. I'm trying to keep you all safe here. I'm trying to keep the tavern afloat. I wish I was Sammy. I wish she was here. Guiding's her thing.
Who?
But it falls to me, the little folk. It's a bit much.
I would say you can hear the shouting, Dyson.
Yeah, you can hear that.
You wish who was here?
Please don't tell me you've already forgotten Sammy.
Oh, Sammy.
I thought,
Yeah.
in all fairness, I heard Sally. So
I heard Sammy. Like, I wish I knew these things.
Okay, yeah, sorry. Got a bit intense. Yeah, Sammy Meadows.
Yeah, Sammy. Yeah, I wish she was here too. She didn't have to die. The gods need to suffer for that.
So yeah, you're fine.
I wanted to make her church into an out. I wanted to make her God's church into an outhouse.
What?
But God killed her.
No. Like a dog did, a giant devil dog.
But the gods were supposedly watching her, weren't they?
I don't understand.
hate
I
gods.
don't understand. Right? All I know is that Sammy was apparently content with her fate. I wanted to bring her back to Waterdeep to heal her, but it just didn't feel right.
I know. I felt the same way. I'll tell you everything from now on. There's a group that I'm a member of, that the captain wants me to be a member of. I don't remember the name of it. Honestly, true, because she's never actually heard it.
Yeah, she hasn't heard the name.
yeah, the family. Mhm.
It's a group. It's a family.
I mean, he has the only name she might have heard properly is the Black Network.
Oh yeah, she did hear that. Something about a black network. I don't know.
Okay. Okay, the Black Network.
They really like me. They want me to do jobs for them. I already have done a couple.
As long as it doesn't hurt us or the tavern.
So what I should do is just keep going with the captain, and then before we do anything, we let you know.
Yeah, as long as it doesn't fuck you up, fuck him up, fuck the tavern up, fuck us up. Like,
We need
why
to go
should I
find him.
stop
We need to
you?
talk. We need to tell him we know.
Yeah.
Come on. We're gonna go tell the captain. Come on.
Whatever happened to being monsters?
After this, we have to do this right now because he's off doing all kinds of things that you don't know about.
That's true. Okay.
Okay. So, before this two hot messes come fumbling out of the room, what
The answers are
have
coming out.
Alia and Captain Vizan been discussing?
Well,
Basically, Alia has relayed her theory to Peach. This nimble right being used in an assassination attempt on a Xanathar's guild member and the two Zentarim.
Well, between you and me, officer, I think my associates may have been on their way here. I don't know for certain. I can't go into the details, but there is a favor owed, and I was expecting a return of that favor soon, so they might have been on their way here when the Xanathar attacked, or it might just be a coincidence. I honestly don't know for certain. However, as I said, I'm not exactly tied in to the network here. I have the one contact who I can deal with, and I can ask for information in regards to this nimble light.
All I know is that 2 of your people are dead,
Yes.
and I think you personally would like to pay this back to whoever's responsible.
Oh, rest assured, officer, I am looking forward to crushing the skulls of anyone and everyone involved in this matter.
Like I say, I can't be certain that the gnome worked with Xanathar, but he was as much a victim, and frankly, you know my history with Xanathar.
Yes. Well, we're always open to negotiation. The enemy of my enemy is sometimes my friend.
Exactly. Then if your organization wishes to get to know Xanathar better, it could be a potential in to find this perpetrator.
I appreciate the idea. It's a very good one, officer. Thank you.
You're welcome, Captain.
Midway
what
you
it's
hear
worth-
muffled raised voices.
Oh dear.
For what it's worth, I trust you.
I don't mean to mock you, my dear. I really don't. But thank you. No, thank you very much.
Let's just say, when a man's willing to fight me hand to hand, they earn my respect.
Thank you. I do appreciate that, and believe you me, if you ever require any stress relief, and to clarify, I do mean purely in the violent sense. I am a married man. We can go down into the basement and we can trade a few blows. I certainly don't mind that.
Thank you, Captain. At the moment, however, I am currently eyeing the fighting pits myself, trying to raise a little bit of coin.
At the mention of coin and fighting, you do see gears start to turn a little bit. Well, it's like, maybe later.
I'm guessing
By the way, after you.
I'm guessing the others told you about last night.
Now that's a question. Did they? I'm trying to remember what the sequence of event was.
Nobody mentioned
The-
them going to a fight pit.
No. No, I don't believe so.
Long story short, I took them to a fighting pit, tried to raise a little bit of money for the tavern, and got beaten senseless by a half-orc.
My apologies, my dear.
I gave a
No
good fight.
disrespect. I believe you did. Out of curiosity, how many fights do you usually win?
Not as many as I would like.
Then always bet that you're going to lose. And at the end of the day, if you slip or tumble or go down a little easier, you've made some profit.
That's a possibility.
Round about this point, is the sound getting...
I would
Is
say
Visan
the,
starting to get concerned?
The bedroom door has now opened, and you hear the pitter-patter of a pouty little kobold.
Oh god, he's alive. Rascal, hello. Still with us, I see.
You start to come down the stairs, and there is the large minotaur just sitting on the curve of the stairs, talking to Alia.
Captain Paxades Vizan, would you care to share with me what the Black Network is?
That's literally what he does. He just like look. He's
I
like
can't get
looking
to them.
around
I'm
to see if
stuck in the
any.
What are
stairs,
they
y'all.
talking about upstairs?
Alia kind of just gives
Sneeze down the
Peachy.
stairs a little bit just so I can get poor Mads in here as well.
Yeah.
Alia
Yeah.
just gives Peachy a look as if to say, "Don't look at me. I'm saying nothing."
Right. Yeah. Peach is just like gives Rascal the timeout and and he's double checking to see if Ashwood and Hunter overheard that.
So, while he's doing that, let's actually cut to downstairs. What are Ashward and Hunter doing?
Ashwood is actually checking the wine rack. Well, the 2 bottles, well, 1.5 bottles that are there.
Okay.
Hunter is playing with the kitties and just generally cleaning up any broken glass or messes that was made from the explosion.
The kitties happily play with you.
I'm fairly certain Ashwood would at least hear a rather loud, muffled sound, and
I would say
would be
no,
looking.
because they are on the 2nd floor, whereas you guys are on the ground floor.
Well, that depends how loud. Well, I mean,
Depends on how loud they are.
yeah, he's saying they would. I get what you're saying, Cork. You didn't hear words precisely, but you're like,
Yeah.
Then
Not
followed by a loud
not the word, just the loud noises of talking.
I would say no, because again, they are 2 floors away.
Okay,
Okay.
Sorry.
that's fair.
Rascal may be loud for a kobold, but he's not that loud yet.
Yeah. So, back to upstairs. You pause and listen for a moment, but you don't hear the pitter-patter of curious halfling footprints.
Oh, right. No, we can we go upstairs somewhere a little private for this conversation? And I look over the Rascal's shoulder at Mads with a "You fucking kidding me?" expression.
Well, yes, I believe we can.
At that, yeah, Mads looks back at him, saying in her head, however he perceives it, she's saying in her head, "Trust me, it's worth it. It'll be good."
Okay.
Okay.
Little smile and nod, like, yeah.
Okay.
Did I just hear from Speak?
You heard Speak. Yes, Speak is speaking.
I Speak.
Aw, cute Speak.
Yeah. Yes.
So, you said
The
upstairs?
unofficial mascot. Okay. Right.
Ooh,
Find
no,
access
no,
to
this
the
is-
storage room opposite your bedroom.
Yeah.
Dear. Oh dear. Oh
Right.
dear.
Get in
It's full
here.
of old, broken boxes. You explored on here the first day you owned it. There's really nothing of use here. It's just some old storage crates.
Mads so got high in here at one point or another.
Are you following the
Okay.
Yes, he's gonna follow.
Yeah. Yeah, this concerns her as well.
When Alia comes in, Mads holds up a hand and says, "This is personal."
No, I want her here.
It's quite all right. She's more than aware of the family. It's actually something I was going to bring up myself. It's
I'm
absolutely
talking
fine.
about me. There's
Actually,
talking-
officer.
it's my heart's life. And she
Ah.
I'm not ready. I don't know you well enough.
Mads, we don't
That
need
is
to talk
quite fair.
about your life story. We're here to just discuss the Black Network.
And not my life story, personal feelings. Fine.
Oh.
That's fine.
Oh,
Whatever.
I see. You don't want
Hold
to.
your head.
You don't want her to see you vulnerable.
Yeah.
Okay. I got something I can help with that. I'm gonna boot Mads with heroism because I.
Ooh.
Aww.
Oh
So-
shit. Oh shit. Oh no.
hope you're keeping track of your spell slots.
I always do.
Your
I always do. I have one left.
Mm.
Jurnis,
Goody.
please.
That'll be fun for the fight
Oh.
I have planned.
No, there's a
The
bat.
hover
Oh
falls
my
down from
god.
the rafters and starts entangling
Hair-
Rascal.
Really? Really? This is kind of
Kinda.
Rascal's thing. I've realized he spends all his spell slots on shenanigans.
So,
I mean,
so
that's
what you're
perfect.
saying, by the way, is that Mads is now brave.
Yeah, she's immune to being frightened, so yeah.
Oh, well, you cast it, Rascal. Anyway, let's move on.
Oh no.
Yep.
Well,
Well-
he had good intentions.
Yep.
I will tell you this, for Peach's point of view, he's noticing the fact that she doesn't want a personal discussion, and he will actually turn to Alia. Actually, officer, if we're doing a personal discussion, if I can bring you in later.
Alright, how about outside?
You're-
No.
Mm.
I'm sorry, I must insist. I mean, do you
It's
still...
worth this price. Besides, I'm not frightened anymore.
Yeah.
I told Rascal I'm a killer of men. I told him about the Black Network. I told him about my basement of the dead. And
Peachy
now,
Blinks, did Peachy know about the basement of the dead?
Nope.
no, he didn't.
Uh-huh.
And he knows now. And I told him I have the disease of love in my heart for him.
But yeah, before we get started, I'm not here to throw you to the wolves, Captain. I just want to know what the Black Network is all about and why you and Mads keep gallivanting off. and
Y'all
doing
made
shit
it
without us
brave.
knowing. Like, particularly, why you went to that bookshop last night and took the gazer.
Alia's
Yeah.
eyes just widen at that point.
Yeah,
And
she
that's
says-
why I wanted you here.
I love. She looks over at the captain and says, "I'm sorry, Captain. I love him. I had
just
to tell
wanna-
him what happened."
Okay, go on. Yeah, you say your bit first.
I just want to know what you're playing at. What's your game?
So the more these two talk, the taller the Vizan's getting, because the more he's inhaling.
I love that he's in the corner too. It's friggin' great.
Yeah, he is sort of like he's sort of like rearing up to his full height, not in an intimidating way. It's just like he's inhaling,
It's like,
and it's like his back's getting raised. And it's like,
boy.
He's the principal in a movie that's done something shady, and he's just been confronted by the kids.
I mean, it's
I
again.
refuse to spend his sperm.
Yeah, this is not fear that he's giving off. It's more rising apocalyptic fury.
Yup. You trusted the crazy lady.
Yeah. He just sort of like pinches the bridge of his nose, and it's just like, right. My name is Paxid Vizan. I am a black hand in the Black Network, also referred to as the Zentara. We are trying to grow our presence in this city, and I was tasked with investigating the area. Your particular group were recently connected to a person of interest, and due to the tavern and everything else, we thought it would be a good idea if we helped to contribute to your business, to help it to grow.
They're gonna do a favor for you, Rascal.
Noted. Carry on.
What else did you... I'm so sorry. You said basement of... Well, I'm not surprised. That's fine. So, what exactly do you know about the Zentara.
They're your friends?
I was asking Mr. Skyreach.
You're both investigators. You two should be together.
Okay, yeah.
Jester.
I only know as much as you've told me.
Okay, right. Okay. So,
You made her
Like,
brave.
spoiler, not from Waterdeep.
yes, well, spoiler, not from Waterdeep either. We're mainly located in other areas around the Sword Coast.
See,
But-
is that where we are? The Sword Coast?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I didn't know that.
It doesn't matter. I'll find you a map at some point. It's fine. But the salient points of this discussion, my organization, we are mercenaries. We are hired to protect people, to acquire items. We have a large and ever-growing reach in many places in the region. And we are very big believers in supporting and investing in talent, such as this group. Mads herself caught our eye because of her activities with, and I quote, Wacky Bird.
Mm-hmm.
And we figured that someone like her would be useful. Yes, thank you for that. I don't know if you can hear her on the microphone, but my wife is walking around in the background going, Wacky Bird, Wacky Bird. Yeah, I married well. I married so well. But I'm trying to do a scene. I'm sorry. Okay. Anyway. So I was sent to recruit her to see if she would be a worthwhile hire for our organization. And she has proven very capable. And
Up
we
until
have done.
today.
I'm so sorry. Say again, D.
I jokingly said, up until this moment.
Well, I don't want to be rude, but the whole point of our organization is some of the services we provide require discretion. However,
Sorry, I hate to interrupt, but your organization looks to Mads for discretion. We can
when
barely
you
keep-
say that, yes, you make a fair point. As I say, she's currently on her trial period.
I do good work,
And-
though. Now, what are we going to do about the law lady?
Peachy slowly turns to look at Alaya. To clarify, the reason that I'm fine discussing this with Officer Zafira is she has expressed interest in hiring our organization to assist her with a personal problem. Again, we're mercenaries. We are paid to do certain types of jobs.
You're okay with that, right, law lady?
Ali is still kind of mentally checked out here about the gazer at this point.
Alia?
Check with the other little lady as well.
Oh, yeah, no, Alia? Hello?
It is more I seek information that Captain Vizan can acquire for me.
Mm-hmm.
So you're
As
gonna
I
let
say-
me keep doing what I do? I won't be breaking any laws.
You're
Frank,
breaking tons of laws, and I barely know the laws.
I'm not breaking
Frank-
any laws right now.
Not right now. I mean, when you do Zentaran work.
Only when you tell me, Berry Bunny, and she boops him on the nose.
frankly, I don't give a damn what you used to do outside of Waterdeep. And to be honest, I don't really give much of a damn what you do inside Waterdeep.
You're a very good law lady.
For once, your total apathy serves us well.
Like I said,
Can I?
I'm
oh, and
looking
I did an
to-
insight on that, by the way, at a 10, but it's not. I would assume that I believe her.
Yeah, she's being completely brutally candid at this point.
Mm.
Frankly, I'm more interested in finding out who used that necklace of fireballs outside of this tavern. And of
You
course,
and
my
me
own
both.
personal.
Yeah, they're
my
gonna
own
die.
personal-
They're gonna
I'm-
die.
I'm glad we were all in agreement on that.
You know
As
what
I
else?
was
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Captain.
yes.
Do you like
I-
taxis or do you like Captain from me?
In all fairness, I've not been captain for a while. I prefer titles that I've earned, but
What would you like
for
me to call you then?
Well, my friends call me Peachy, but for the moment, Matt, Lady Madeline, I think... Of course. I think Vizan will do for the moment. We still need to come round to the discussion of you spilling everything
Okay,
without...
Vizzy. I love him though.
There is a genuine twitch in his eye at Vizzy, but they can't. It looks to the two of them and it's like, okay.
And if
And you
heard
have
him,
completely thrown him. You've completely thrown him again. It's just like,
and,
where were
and let
we?
me make a promise. If you hurt him, I'll burn the city down.
My dear,
Matt.
believe me, I knew that already. Rest assured, I have no intention of angering you or causing any harm to Mr. Skyreach. That is
We're all
nothing.
gonna work together, even you.
Exactly.
Can I hug you, Alia?
Please don't.
Please?
No,
But I like you. That'll be our bonding moment. Are you
I
sure?
don't do hugs.
I would
And-
recommend her boundaries. We're getting off
Yeah.
topic.
Yeah, I was
here.
about to
Right.
say,
Will
we're
we-
getting
Yeah.
further and further away from the subject.
I'm good at that.
Yes, that's
So-
one of the reasons we wanted to hire you.
So, question, does the Zentarum usually use such tactics as trying to, like, make an old woman seem out of her mind so they can take her property?
Well, that's a fair question.
We're not gonna do that now, though, are we, Lizzie?
No. I suppose in the moment, I don't quite remember who brought it up. We were just working on... I think we were just spitballing,
Yeah.
in
Yeah,
all
I'm
honesty.
not gonna pin blame. I just want to know if that's usual. Like, I want to know
Off-
what kind of shenanigans you're getting up to.
I would say because she was associated with the Harpers, we were less inclined to be nice, if that makes sense.
So, you guys have a beef with the Harpers?
Mug.
Yeah.
Well,
no,
that is something I'm trying to get to, yes. So, the
Believe me,
Harpers are actively trying to stop our expansion.
Hmm.
We are simply trying to build a presence in the city, and the Harpers are going out of their way to undermine us wherever they can. And for the
No.
record, by the way, I have no complaints whatsoever about you joining the Harpers. In fact, I encourage it.
Mm-hmm.
I do encourage it. The
Now-
general idea was that
Mad-
while you and the rest of Rascal's Rangers, I believe we're called now. Well, you and the rescuers. My apologies. The rough idea that I had was while you were working with the Harpers and everything, Mads would be providing any intel or information about them. Something that my associates could use to work around them,
Mm-hmm.
to shut them down more so we could carry on doing what we're doing without their interference.
Mm-hmm.
And Rascal,
Yes.
think about this. If you want to understand the way I work, think about how his people like me, and the Harpers like me too. and they'll both help us help the tavern.
Here's the thing I was saying to Mads. I don't really mind what you guys particularly up to, as long as it either doesn't result in you guys getting axed or the tavern getting in trouble, anything like that. It's like I was saying to her, we are a tribe. A tribe has to cooperate. They have to pull together. If there is like dissension and discord in the tribe, it fractures and falls apart. The only way a kobold tribe survives is by working together.
And we have to work together, especially if I'm going to have his baby someday.
I will tell you this. While Rascal's talking and everything, there is a look of genuine surprise and respect on Vizan's face at that. Duly noted, sir.
All I want is for the tavern to prosper and for all of us to be safe and well. That includes you too, Alia, though you may not believe it.
Yeah, Alia, we like you. We want you to be part of the family.
And that's the rules on something really cool.
Okay.
You're one of us now. No turning back.
Yeah, inside check on Alia, by the way. If I may. Yeah, because at the moment she's the closest thing to a weak link here, and it's like, oh yeah, one of us is a mass murderer, the other's a gangster and everything. It's like, we can trust you, right, officer?
Her face is completely passive. It's pretty hard to read her.
So, yeah. As long as we're not undermining one another and screwing each other over, I don't mind what happens.
And we don't do anything illegal. Anyone I've killed has been evil, and it's always been self-defense.
Oh, that's absolutely true.
And here's the funny part. You don't have to roll on that. That's her statement. She believes it.
As I said, I don't really care what you did before you came to Waterdeep.
It's not a crime to protect yourself, is it?
No, it is not.
And let me put it to you this way.
Use excessive force or destructive magic.
Yeah, I just said as long as you don't go overboard.
Oh, so you mean kill them softly? Not a problem.
Let's just say that
No, that's what
if
Rascal
you happened to hit someone, they fell over and cracked their head open, that's fine.
Plausible deniability.
How about if, like, they have a brain explosion?
Yeah, see, that's a bit harder to, like, cover up.
What if I bisect them and remove one limb at a time?
What about a snake bite?
Then they would know. A snake bite is fine.
Yeah, I mean, Matt, I'd like to remind you the only reason I figured this out at all is because you freaked out about the cat.
Yes, and I wanted to bring that up. I'm so sorry. I was actually going to have this conversation with Matt, and to clarify, Mr. Skyreach, I just wanted to be clear. In regards to the Gazer situation, that was... I don't know if Mads has told you this, but basically we were just trying to make some extra coin.
Maybe that was what you were doing. I was trying to protect Rascal.
Frankly, I am concerned since gazers in the sewers are usually lookouts. So I don't know what this one was doing above ground, but...
That was my theory at the time as well. I do have my associates looking into it. As soon as we get some information, I will be able to pass it on to the group. However, and that's a good point, the two people outside in the black robes, they were Zentarum. So I'm not sure if they were coming here to have a conversation with me.
Well, we should
I
find
need
that
to
out.
go and that is what I would like to do. I'm going to go and speak to my associates, my
Can I
connections.
come with you? Can I come with you, please, 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 please.
For the moment, you can see him slowly getting angrier and angrier. For the moment,
Please, 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 please.
I would appreciate it if you stayed here and, with Mr. Skyreach, our leader.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, he's such a good leader.
And I wanted to ask, why were you trying to kill the cat?
It was a witness. It was a witness. I talked to it and it said that it saw us there the night before.
It was a cat. Who was it
Cats
going
are
to
people.
tell?
Cats are people's too. Other cats. People who can talk to cats. I can talk to cats. I'm not the only one.
of it, Captain, is that she panicked.
Yes, I'm starting to pick up on that. Just for
didn't
future
panic.
reference. You kind of... The way I would describe it is, you snatched defeat from the jaws of victory. From my point of view, that was a fairly successful operation. We achieved everything we set out to do. Nobody was the wiser. But because of that one panicked action...
She got stabbed in the
This-
neck.
He just spreads his arms out to like everybody in the room. This. Now, I would appreciate
But this
it
is
if we...
good. Now everybody knows each
Yes.
other, and we're all going to work together to help the tavern. The most important thing, Captain, is helping the tavern and helping Rascal.
Meanwhile, on the
That-
ground floor, Hunter pricks his ears. Do you ever get the feeling we're the subject of a conversation we're not party to?
Yes,
Burning.
I often have this feeling that we do.
I just kind of
I try to put it to the side.
That
I
does bring up
just
a
kind
question.
of-
What do we do about the rest of them?
Ali just has her eyebrow raised, but no one's mentioned the fact she just said she stabbed. She basically.
Oh no, he
stabbed her
noticed
in
that.
the neck.
Yeah, Mads remembered.
Lads will remember this.
Yes.
And she says, which brings up a good point. What do we do about the others?
For the moment,
Do
I
we
would...
bring them in or push them out?
No,
I can push them out if you need me to.
Now, again, Mr. Skyreach is our leader. However, my personal recommendation, sir, and again, he's showing respect and deference to the quote-unquote leader of the quote-unquote tribe. My suggestion would be we keep this within the inner circle. He just points to everyone in the room.
Is there enough people left over to form an outer circle?
Not really, it is an outer couple.
Mhm,
Yes,
mhm.
there's enough. Rudolph, Liv, Hunter,
The cats?
Ashwood, and the Luxodon, construction worker that Hunter is
Yeah.
probably eyeing.
That one human carpenter as well who keeps staring at everybody.
And Lord Fairwind.
Oh, we gotta bring Lord Fairwind in.
Jeez Louise. But anyway, back on topic. Oh my gosh, this
Look, they
This is
don't
his
need to know.
nightmare.
They don't need to know for now. But if I have to let them know, I will let them know, and that is my promise. Not a threat.
duly noted. Duly noted.
Oh.
Again, my organization is interested in helping to grow this business.
As long as nothing happens that threatens the members of my tribe, that includes Ashwood and Hunter, then we're fine, and they don't need to know.
Duly noted. I'm glad we're on the same page there, sir. Is there anything else that you would like to know?
No, but there's something I'd like to tell you. I may
Yes,
have
sir.
to talk with your contact at some point.
And
That's all.
Anything in particular, so I can prepare.
Just like to introduce myself, make sure we're square too. If the Zentarum is so interested in Rascal's Rendezvous, then they might as well meet the namesake. I think that's fair.
That's a great idea. You see, Vizzy, it's all gonna work out.
And Captain,
Yes, sir.
thank you for being honest. I prefer it when you're honest.
Duly noted.
This
Anything
is
else I
so
can do for
great.
you?
Nope, that's everything. We're square. Both
Nice.
you and Mads. Just let me know when you're up to stuff. So I
I
can at least look out for you.
That is noted. As Officer Zafira was saying earlier, there does seem to be an interesting thing going on with a construct. I forget the name. Let me just check my notes.
Right.
And yes, a Nimblelight. I don't know if my organization. Well, we have access to all manner of resources, but I'm not certain whether or not this was of Zentarum origin or not. So I'm going to get in touch with my contact and see what I can find out. Is there anything in particular you would like me to ask, Mr. Skyreach?
Good question.
Peachy is the pillar of politeness and
Yes, he
civility.
is.
And yes, sir.
His brain is exploding right now.
I mean, there's something that I've been curious of, but I think Isla can answer that one honestly.
His cow brain is boiling.
Oh, you. Just wait. Just fucking wait.
Isla,
Yes.
the tattoo on your back, the circle with spokes. I saw that symbol down in the sewers around where we first saw a gazer. It was kind of.
You have a tattoo of the thing in the sewers?
Yeah, she does. Just wondering what
What's
that
that
was
about?
about.
What's that about, La Lady?
That is the symbol of Xanathar's guild.
Oh, they're the bad guys, right?
No. They are one of the thieves guilds that operate in Waterdeep.
So
They
we
tend to
took-
use gazers as their lookout.
Busy, how do we feel about them? Are they the ones who kidnapped the rich guy? The rich guy?
all evidence would point to such. I mean, we took down the
Is
gazer
their
that was
boss-
guarding their lair.
Is their boss the octopus guy?
I have never met Mr. Xanathar himself. I
Is
have
he an
only
octopus
ever
guy?
heard... No, he is not.
That is-
Looks like.
No, that's just, our organization thinks that's just ridiculous rule.
Oh, so there's no point asking you about the Xanathar guild then.
Well, he
Mhm.
Bison just points to Alia.
Let's
Would you
just...
care to explain?
As in what Xanathar's guild actually is, or...
What you said to me.
You mean in regards to what?
Apologies. Yeah, I'm actually thinking of what her conversation with Ashwood was.
Right.
Yeah, sorry. Oops, got confused.
Metagaming.
You
My
were
game.
there, good sir.
You mean in regards to how I have the tattoo, or
Indeed.
how?
Yeah, why do you have the same tattoo as the guys who kidnapped the rich dude?
Because my father had the same tattoo.
How do you feel about them?
I don't think that's our
It
business.
saved my life.
Oh. So you have an in with them? You can tell them to stop kidnapping the rich people we're trying to help?
No, I do not have connections with them that deep. My
Ah.
father happened to be a member of Xanathar's guild a long time ago.
So who were the bad guys?
Helping
I didn't
So
see.
were kidnapped in the first place, so.
So I'm
Just-
guessing you don't really know anything about their current activities then.
No, I do not.
Rats.
Yeah, Mads is just making an assumption because their symbol was down in the place where the kidnapping occurred, so of course
she
they're
must-
responsible.
If you must know, I associate the symbol with my father and with being safe.
So you don't have much loyalty to the Xanath.
If I ever saw the two who saved my life, I would help them. But that's about as far as it goes. I
I get
know
that.
not to go after them.
That's fair.
Just like you saved me, Berry Bunny.
Aw.
While on the subject,
well.
While on the subject, Berry Bunny, I'd appreciate if you stop making fun of my disfigurement.
What disfigurement?
Mm.
Oh my god. What disfigurement? Uh-oh, guys.
Mad.
I'm just saying it all in advance. It's what disfigurement? No, Mads looks sincere.
Ali just indicates the right-hand side of her face.
You are one of the most beautifully profane beings I've ever seen.
Alright, since I'm gonna have to tell this story. I was
No,
10
you don't-
years I was 10 years old.
Oh,
My father and mother had just settled down for the night when a member of the Plague Rats broke in to assassinate my father. He took the gem containing my mother, who incidentally is a genie, and he saw my eyes and decided that they were gemstone. So, he took a
Ooh.
knife and sliced half my face off trying to remove my eyes. Luckily, 2 members of Xanathars happened to be checking in on my father and saved me.
Does that mean you only are half in there?
Alia kind of blinks at that.
No. Clarification. And Peter just gets up at that point. Mads is a believer that the eyes are not so much the windows of the soul, but contain the soul.
Yeah. Does
Let's
that mean
just,
you only have half of one?
let's just say that thanks to that plague rat, pretty much.
You're still profanely beautiful, and I'm glad you're here.
I spent 10 years being in and out of prison, stealing to survive,
Oh.
and trying to find my mother.
We'll help.
I gave up on that.
That's usually
Ow.
when you find something you're looking for is after you give up.
Now, I just want to see every single plague rat dancing from the gallows.
okay, we can do that.
For the record as well, as I said, this was the personal matter I was willing to discuss with Officer Zafira. The Xanathar is very good at locating people and bringing them to quote-unquote justice.
So the plague rats are the bad guys?
Very
100%.
Okay, then I can self-defense them really well.
Indeed, you can.
But
You
yes,
can self-defense to your heart's consent.
but yes. Considering I was going to give you my winnings from last night for the tavern, I'd appreciate if you stopped making fun of my face.
I wasn't trying to make fun of your face. I was making fun of your crabby attitude.
No, I would never make fun of you. You're a gem of beauty.
Plus, I just didn't really see what the problem was. Apparently, I was cheating. What is
You-
cheating?
Cheating would be if I went off with anyone else, Berry Bunny.
Well, apparently, it's a bad
Basically-
thing, so please don't do it.
No bardic
very bad.
magic. In a fighting pit, no magical assistance is allowed.
So you cripple yourself to fight. Why?
It gives us an even playing field.
Even?
So everybody has a fair chance.
That's bullshit! I'm a tiny kobold! If I was in that fight pit, I'd be stomped!
You said you were in the fight pit. You said you killed thousands of people.
Yeah, I was allowed to use swords and armor and my magic!
Alia, at
Well,
this
don't-
point, she kind of lifts her hand, not towards anyone, just holding it up in the, just kind of holding it up so she can activate her sword, her side blade. She goes, "Believe me, if I wanted to cheat, I would use this, or I would use my psychic powers.
You mean like you did it to me in the neck?
That was
Yeah,
to
don't-
break. That was to break your wild shape. You
I
will not-
know why you did it, but don't do that anymore.
Very well.
I like you so much now. I hated you when you first come. But now I like you.
For what it's worth, I'm sorry about what I said last night. I was just trying to help, and I just didn't quite get what I was doing wrong.
Rascal
It
doesn't
made
do
me
anything.
crabby. And I was drunk.
Rascal doesn't do anything wrong.
But
Everything's
that's-
a plan.
Mads. No, it's not. I wing it a lot.
Rascal wings it better than anyone.
That may be true. But yes, no. I shouldn't have said what I said, and I'm sorry for like hitting upon a tender spot. I know it's like to have scars that you're not proud of.
We should all go to bed and think about what's happening. Doesn't that sound like a good idea, everybody?
Hang on. Everyone's being open here. I might as well be as open as everyone else. And Rascal actually pulls off the glove on his left hand and raises the back of it to everyone, showing the big black hole on the back of his hand. It doesn't look like skin. It actually just looks like there's an abyss there. Mads is familiar with this. I mean, had to show it to her.
Every part of you is beautiful.
Well, this was a slave sign. Everyone back in Calumport, the city of slaves, if anyone's familiar with that place, has one. It's magical, but only in magical as to show that, hey, you're still property or not. It used to be just an outline of a circle, but someone near and dear to me, my tutor actually, who told me the bardic ways, she paid the bug price to have me freed. I used to be a gladiator fighter in the arenas. I fought for the amusement of the people and the genies in power and the genasi and all that. That's why I'm familiar with Isla there. I saw her kind of a time in tieflings and even tabaxi and halflings. But yeah, that's my story, at least in brief. And even when freed in Calumport, if you're like a little piece of shit like me, who only deserves to be used as property,
No, don't say that, Rascal. Don't.
Yeah, freedom only meant a head start. So I ran for the friggin' port, got on a boat to Waterdeep, I snuck aboard in a barrel, and that led me here. And that is the gist of my scars.
And then what happened, Rascal? What happened after that?
You know what happened.
What happened?
I followed my bardic instinct to the yawning portal,
Hmm.
and I met you.
Then what happened?
Mads, you
Come
know
on.
what happened. No!
Come on.
You're
Okay.
adorable, but if I keep talking, this conversation will never be over.
Then let's go be monsters now.
Wait. I don't know if I want to do an insight check on.
Go ahead.
Sure, why not? Oh, by the way, sorry, Hunter and
Yeah!
Astrid, hi.
It was good fun.
Poor
Oh
Icy.
dear, oh dear, oh dear.
I mean, Ashford got a scene earlier, but I feel so bad for you, Icy. We love you.
Yeah.
Oh, don't worry. I have an idea.
Ali just kind of gives Peach a look to indicate you know exactly what they mean.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We know exactly what that thirsty ass look on Matt's face means.
You know, I don't take this the wrong way, but sometimes you remind me a little bit too much of my wife. You two have fun, I will go ask some questions, I will bring the information straight to you, Mr. Skyreach. Anything else? No?
No.
Mads comes over and just says to Peachy, like reaches out her hands to try to take his and goes, "Isn't it great how this all worked out?"
Yes. This is exactly what I wanted. He just pats her on the shoulder. I will be back.
And you have me to thank for all of it. And then she goes back to...
Okay.
Yes.
Isla, I'm sorry I couldn't see it sooner. All I just saw is your crappy attitude. I don't know if you want to consider us friends so soon, but I'm willing to help you wreak the vengeance you seek. That's all.
I'm good at... And I'm good at vengeance, too.
Hmm.
In self-defense. Legally.
And I think that's it.
Yeah, Ali just kind of She can't really say anything, so she just leaves.
I like her more now.
Me too.
Let's let her live.
Oh my god, you say that aloud when she's still in the room.
Yes. No. After she leaves. After she leaves. That's after she leaves.
Oh, Alright, so that was a thing.
That was the thing.
I'm sorry, everyone.
I just don't know where to go from there. So that was an information dump I wasn't expecting. Right.
Well, now everybody's on the same page.
Pretty much, yeah. There's just one thing I need to get set up real quick, and then we'll hop on to the next thing. But meanwhile, little Hunter has been downstairs playing with some kittens.
Kittens or cats?
A few cats. One of them is relatively young. Probably with a baby kitten.
Also Rudolph.
And Rudolph. Rudolph has been less than graceful. But as you're lying there, playing with the string and the little kittens, you hear what sounds like a horse in the alley.
Yes.
Alright. Where's the alley? This way?
This way, at the front.
Okay, that alley. Okay.
Yeah. As you glance out the window, you notice that there is a horse there with a rather tattered saddle, and you notice a certain Gingerford Tabaxi in rough-looking work clothes is hurrying up towards the door.
Door right here, right?
There's one here, and there is one down here. He appears to be going to this one in the tower.
Going to meet him there.
Okay. So, open up the door and see the familiar face of Lord Fairwind, but he's not wearing the elegant clothes you remembered from the night before.
She would be.
His expression is kind of wide, and he sees you, and you can see just this sense of relief just kind of go over his features. His ears were perked up, and they just kind of relaxed down. He's like, Miss Swiftpaw, it's good to see you. I heard the most dreadful rumors, and he glances over to still the massive soot stain over here and the guards that are around.
Oh, that. It's a long story, but yeah, we're all right. We were out running errands this morning, and just as we were coming back, we heard the explosion.
Goodness, I've just heard rumors. I heard that there were dozens killed. There's others who say there was only a few, but I'm certainly glad that you are not among the casualties. Your companions, I trust, are well?
No, bit poor from, the blast wave, but nothing too serious.
Well, I must say it is quite a relief to hear that good news. You'd see now he's now kind of relaxed, and that awkward little silence that you had at the opera has come back, and he's now kind of glancing around. He's like, so this is the establishment you told me of.
Oh, yes, this is what will soon become Rascal's rendezvous.
Do you see Ashward motion behind?
She sees them out of the corner of the eye. Why don't you come inside and take the load off?
Yes,
Must have been a long ride.
Yes, well, not that far. I was just about to head out into the into the North Ward. I was about to head back to my farm. Clean up and such. Oh, hello. One of the little cats just goes over and starts rubbing on his leg, and he's like going down and giving it a little pet.
Yeah. One of our tavern kitties. They keep showing up. I don't really know for why though.
Well, they
But
say
they're not
that's
good.
they'll never have a problem with vermin.
Lord.
Kitties in our barn to keep them away from the grain and such.
Yeah. I've seen them catch a few rats here and there.
So I must say that the work that's being done here is rather extensive. I see all the construction materials outside. It must be putting
yes.
some amount of investment in.
Yeah, yes, it takes quite a bit of work. I mean, when we first obtained this old tavern, it was in quite disrepair. It's gotten its much needed TLC.
Well, what can I say? It's got the correct owner for that. You see the inside of his ears are slowly turning red.
Would you like... Hunter then motions towards the bar. Would you care for a drink?
Oh, yes, of course. Yes, do lead on, my dear. See the Tabaxi is just having a look around as he walks through. Just looking at your brand new floors and bar countertop. And he looks a little impressed. Now, as I say, Ashwood, you're watching him come, and when you saw him in the opera, he was dressed to the nines in this high quality silk waistcoat and a heavy light coloured suit and top hat. Now he is standing in front of you in what could be considered just common clothes. It's a far cry from what he was wearing at the opera. It would be like the same step down from your gown to your adventuring clothes.
Ah, good day, sir. I wish I could offer you more of a selection of wine. What would you enjoy a glass with your friend?
Yes, certainly. Would you like this?
Yeah.
Well, I was going to say, shall I pay for the drinks? But it is your establishment after all.
No, it is our pleasure. It is my pleasure to be serving these to you. And after all, you're a friend of my friend, and those are my friends as well.
It's all in the house.
Yes.
Well, I shall accept, but I shall not impose. Just a small serving. It seems that you haven't got your full stock in just yet.
Oh, not yet. Still working on it.
Yes, I can see.
So, aside from worrying about me, and she kind of giggles, what brings you into town?
Well, yes. Well, mostly it was the opera. The tickets were paid for by the textile guildmaster, and to turn down his invite is a poor show, let's just say.
Yes, I can. Sending down any guildmaster who extends a favor is. Well, let's just say your business might not be in the best of shape in the coming months, if that were the case.
Oh yes, was actually my concern. As I did explain yesterday, I was previously one of the smallest of the local providers of textiles. That seems to have changed. You see, he still looks a little shell-shocked to that. It's like, I was speaking to the competitor I was telling you about. It seems the fire took his entire storehouse. So many of his orders went unfilled, so there's a bidding war for my stock. It's quite overwhelming, to be honest. There's so many people who are throwing coins at me hand over fist, trying to get what meager stock I do have. And I can't say I'm... Well, as horrible as it sounds, the fire has been a great boon for me, but I can't help but feel sorry for some of my rivals. One of them, not so much. He was a prick, but still, you get my sentiment.
Yes, I do.
I hope this wine will be to your liking, and he holds out the bottle.
Whatever the lady wishes to serve, I will happily drink.
It's fine, Ashwood.
Alright. And
Wow.
he uncorks
Jump.
and he uncorks it, pours a little for everyone, and says, I hope you enjoy it.
Nice, crisp Chardonnay with floral summer high notes. It smells like Lynx.
It's alcoholic grape juice.
I'm getting pissed.
I like that one. I'm gonna steal that one.
Lee Mac.
It's a lovely vintage with overtones of Rotor and Dogbolt.
I didn't know I had Chateau de Dog Piece.
Oh no, that's what the tavern down the street serves.
Yes,
That was a joke by Uncle Kage when he was telling a story about a wine festival. Anyways,
I will leave the bottle with you, and if you'll excuse me a little bit, I have something to tend to in the kitchen.
all right.
A charming fellow. A companion or an employee? I believe I saw him with you at the opera.
Yes, he's one of our companions. But I guess he also qualifies as an employee now. We all do.
Yes, well, I am familiar with the blurring lines between employee and friend.
As we currently do not have a bartender on staff, I am doing the duty.
But he just popped out of the kitchen to say that again.
I have the door open, so I could not help but overhear it.
So, as long as you're here, get to know each other a little bit better.
I have no objection to that, my dear.
Not so much about you, and I guess I told you so little about myself. Suppose I'll start off.
I'd be more than happy to listen to it, my dear. Please, go ahead. I would love to learn more about this charming lady in front of me. He just gives you a cheeky little smile, but you see the inside of his ears are turning redder and redder and redder, and his pupils are almost wide in panic.
Internally screaming.
Pretty much.
He's such a good lad.
He's an innocent lad.
Well, start off, I already told you I was orphaned at 5. Taken into the orphanage. A kept me for a while until I ran away again. Spent most of my life, for most of my early years, well, like I say, I ran away about age 9. And then spent the remaining 3 years on the street. Just surviving off what I could, pickpocketing here and there, running numbers for various crime syndicates. Occasionally being a mule. That was until age 12 when but once my luck finally ran out and I was caught by the guard. They gave me an option. I could spend the next 10 years in the dungeon for my various crimes, or I could join the guard and use my very stealthful tactics to, well, I'll tell you this, but if you tell anyone, and she says this jokingly, I'm going to have to kill you.
I'm sure you could rather easily, my dear. But you'd have to catch me first.
They trained me to become a spy of the Rangers. And I've been with the guard ever since. I've taken on some rather interesting jobs for the guard.
Oh? What kind?
There's been quite a few under very seedy people that I've helped take down. Not directly, but with the intel that I was able to give the guard. It wasn't very hard for them to be taken down after that.
Oh well, no need to minimize your own efforts, my dear. Obviously, you've done a great service to the city.
Yeah, you could say that.
And they say you deserve your little slice of enterprise here.
Yes. The guard has become rather passé and unimportant in the past couple days. Kind of seems like my position is waning and nobody knows who I am. She says, thinking back to they came up out of the floorboards.
Well, my
So,
no surprise you're feeling a little bit disenfranchised. If you're always in the shadows, you never get credit for your work, and no one's thankful. There's no point to that. He looks like he's speaking from personal experience when he says that.
yeah.
Yes. Usually it takes quite a lot of hard work before your efforts are noticed. Even then, there are people who will happily take credit for your work. No spite in his bosom whatsoever.
Every single one of the cases I've helped crack, the let's see who I'm thinking out of character here. Would it be the investigator?
Yeah, usually it's the sergeant or investigator who gets the credit. It's very rarely your name would be applied to credit because you were a spy. Putting your name on paperwork put you at risk of discovery, so you never get the credit.
But it's getting to the point. Let me see. I forgot how old 19. There we go. How old I made my character. Shut up.
Not judging. I completely forgot what age I made him, so it's alright.
Oh, fuck my allergies. I've honestly, at this point, mitigated my sentence that I could outright leave the guard
Yes.
and not be in danger. And being a spy, most of my underground contacts still don't know that I worked for the guard. That could help out very well with this business as well.
There's always the opportunity. Let's say, God doesn't seem to be the most lucrative of employment, and it'd be quite a shame to not put much investment into this place. You have a fantastic location. And, as you say, not getting any credit for your hard work, that just seems unfair.
Give me a second. I had to finish a frozen tree that was melting on me.
I am sorry I did not have any frozen treats to put out on the table.
That chocolate is chewy. Holy shit. No, it doesn't. It doesn't like melt quickly. It stays there. It turns into like this gum.
Like a
Anyhow.
sticky caramel.
Kind of. I've honestly back in character now. I've thought about opening expanding on this place a little bit and opening like a shooting gallery for the various archers that come in.
Oh, you mean like prize shooting?
Oh yes, like weekly contests and 10 dragons if you hit up every target, something like that.
That sounds like an intriguing idea. What do we even start with that? Let's see. Again, looks around the room. I honestly don't know if you would have enough range in here. You may have to do it outside in the alley. Unless you want to do that, oh, what's that smaller game? The one with the tiny dots.
I think it's just called dots.
Really? Oh, well. I've never really wanted to play with... Never really got a chance when I was younger. And, yeah, let's just say I tend to be a little bit too busy.
I know what that's like.
Yeah. This little trip into town has been a pleasant diversion for a while. It's been
certainly been
very pleasant with the company, at the very least.
And she blushes a little bit.
His whiskers are just like going mad. You can see his hand is like kind of shaking. He's like pecking at the bandages around his wrist and his hand.
Suddenly they throw the drinks to the fireplace and Join in a tight embrace on the bar. No.
How much more do you want to attempt to charm, young Rono?
Go all the way. Do it.
She's going to.
Kaka!
She does fancy him. He's kind of cut from the same cloth, if you remember the last session.
Mm-hmm. We do.
So she takes a sip. Why don't you tell me a little bit more about yourself?
Well, not much more to say, really. Sadly, I didn't have much of a charmed upbringing. My father squandered our family's wealth while I was still just a cub. I've been in a quite similar strait for yourself. I had to work from I was young. Luckily, I wasn't wrangled into the underworld, although I did do a few unsavory things. The mule part, mostly. And no one pays attention to a dirty young tabaxi running her through the streets, as I'm sure you'd remember.
Yes.
Let's just say I got a nasty scare at one point and fled the city. I heard there was work to be had at farms. So I worked, I watched, I learned. Got a thrashing for stealing some apples, but... well, I was never caught again, let's put it like that. And then, when I was older, I managed to scrounge up some money. I bought myself a presentable suit, got my lordship papers, walked into a bank, and bluffed my head off that I had the money to back up the loan. Because I had a lordship, they believed me. They gave me the money to buy my first acre. I worked that land for about 2 years to pay back the loan, and then used profits to slowly buy more and more parcels until I had what I have now. I was able to start employing a few good men. At one point I got scammed with land that was worthless, so I built a mill on it. Processes the hemp and the cotton to make it into a raw state so that the tailors and such can use it. I honestly probably wouldn't have done that if I hadn't been scammed, so silver lining. But that was that. I finally managed to get my membership into the Textile Guild, and they've been biting my tongue for years as they called me the Dirt Lord. Let's just say they're all finer pedigrees, as they would put it. Merchant lords and the like, and me, the young upstart with a tiny plot of land trying to earn his way in, was frowned upon.
Those... Yes. I always hate how this word is said. I can't figure it out. Aristocracy.
Aristocracy?
I think so, yeah. Yeah, the aristocracy is... always seems to have the head up their ass. Never really seen a man for his hard works, and...
Well, it's...
or,
Only interested in aristocrats. Aristocrats.
Oh, that pun.
Yeah, I know.
Suddenly a barrel and a shelf falls off and hits you in the head. Yes, well, it's hard to have a good look at someone when your head is so far up your own ass you can sit on your own shoulders.
yeah.
But it's...
There have been quite a few jobs I've undertaken for the god that You would not believe some of the names that I've had these of those people have called me because I've had to take up positions in their employment to get the information needed.
I honestly would not doubt it, considering what rumors I've heard. Some of them are rather unscrupulous, so I'm not exactly sad that a few of them lost their... I know that's horrible to say, they lost their livelihoods in the wildfires. I feel terrible saying it, but in all honesty, it couldn't have happened to better people, if you get my drift. And he does genuinely look like laughing at someone else's misfortune is like really upsetting him a little bit. He's just like that's a really bad thing that happened, but he was an asshole, but people got hurt. So he's kind of like that.
She giggles and kind of chuckles at that before kind of leaning over to look into the kitchen to see what Ashwood's doing, and then trying to listen upstairs to make sure nobody's paying attention.
Roll a quick perception check.
Perception.
It sounds like Ashford is rattling somewhere off into the kitchen, and you don't hear anything upstairs.
1 apple, 2 apple, 3 apple, 4 apple.
Which is impressive considering what you know is going on.
Well, these are still having your conversation in the attic at this point.
Oh, my bad. That will come later.
She then leans into him and does that covering her mouth with her hand thing, and whispers, "I'm going to roll stealth for this, please." Oh yes, thank you. To be honest, my companions and I may have had something to do with that sudden fire.
Oh my god!
He was taking a sip from his wine, and now he's just kind of stopped and looked at you. And you see he's like struggling to swallow the wine. It's like, I'm sorry, what?
We were going after we were looking, but what were we doing again? I forget.
These were trying to find bandits and destroy the threat.
Oh, I can't wait to hear how this goes. Oh my god!
This is a very illuminating session for everyone, including the NPCs.
I'm gonna say the name of the episode. I'm gonna request it. Bombshells.
Yeah.
Yes.
I was tasked, and my companions were tasked with rooting out what appeared to be a band of goblins attacking carriages along the road, and one of my companions decided it would be best to try and smoke them out, which didn't go as well as we'd hoped.
He's just kind of sitting there wide-eyed, just like,
But
turns and looks straight ahead and starts drinking the rest of the wine.
oh god. But I mean, it's all going to work out in the end. When those fields, which honestly you're gonna get for a steal, After
So-
this season, they're going to be fertile as all get out.
Oh,
You're
my
so
dear.
lucky Mads isn't there. Sorry, go ahead.
My dear, I got those lands for coppers on the gold. Your mishap has the potential of making me a very, very wealthy man in the next few years with a little bit of hard work.
Oh yes, those fields are going to grow.
He's just looking.
Wah!
He's
Nah,
staring at the empty glass
wah.
as he turns and looks at you, and he has just this goofy grin on his face. He's like, it seems I owe you a great debt then.
The main thing you get is the fact that our dead friend is buried on those fields.
You guys need a priest?
Just be glad that Mads isn't there. Just be glad Mads isn't there. Just be like, what do you mean it didn't work out? Mishap. What are you talking about? That's exactly the way I want it. Her shoulder wings of fire standing in the middle of the bar.
So,
I'm haunting your fields.
question now is, what are you gonna do now, Hunter?
I'm sorry. I seem to have scared you off a little bit. It looks like.
On the contrary, my dear, I just find it quite amusing that a lot of coincidences have lined up to make my life much better. An enchanting beauty who doesn't seem to flee at the sight of me in my work clothes. My worst enemy has been humbled before me, and I am on course to get my family's wealth and name back. He just starts laughing. And you can see that probably since the first time you see him, he does look genuinely happy. He's just laughing.
She nervous giggles at first, but then turns into very happy chuckles and laughs. Well, I'm glad that this has all worked out. I mean, I think you're very charming, and if you're up for it, I would love to meet again sometime.
My dear, you could have anything you ask of me right now if it was within my power.
Oh,
Do it. Do it.
right?
Do it.
Do it, do it, do
Hunter.
it.
The Rascal shrieks work as bardic inspiration, Jurnis.
I wish I could, but that would be like metagaming so hard.
That's why I said shrieks.
I don't know if I want to at this time.
Just think of what your character
Very wise man
wants.
once said, do it.
Just think of what Hunter wants. Think of your character. What would Hunter need right now?
When in doubt, sniff the catnip charm. See what happens.
So our catnip charm just happens to be in her cleavage right now, so
Think of it. Okay. Gonna take this a little slow, but she's gonna go for it. Perhaps Would you be available this Saturday for a little date?
Well, I do need to come back into town to sign a few new deeds, and what a wonderful thing it will be to round that day off with a delightful evening with you, my dear.
She blushes. Then it's all settled. We'll meet here at 8 p.m. Saturday. And both have a night we won't forget.
I look forward to it, my dear, but I feel I have taken up enough of your time. I can see your companion keeps peeking out. So, thank you for the wine and the companionship. And I look forward to next week. And that is where we will end the session.
Hold on.
Oh,
Your companion.
Yeah?
yes, Hunter?
Yes?
You should see it. My face right now. Oh god. Aww.
Oh,
Aww.
Good.
Just
That's the role play setting in.
Yeah.
Just as he sets down his wine glass, she leans in and kisses him.
alright. As you, do you go for the lips, the cheek? Where do you get him?
Lips.
Yes.
Alright, you get him on the lips. His back just straightens, his ears just go immediately straight up, and his whiskers are just twitching. His eyes are wide, it's just like internal screaming, and then as soon as you pull away, he kind of relaxes and just has this like really shy little grin. The inside of his ears are bright red, and he's just like, ooh, my.
Hard to see no symptoms before on a little horny kobold.
I'm sorry. That just felt right in the moment. She's blushing heavily.
Yeah.
I do not object at all, my dear. In fact, that is a greater encouragement for me to return. But, well, he's very flustered at this point. He's like kind of pulling at the collar of his shirt. He's like, well, I left some companions waiting for me at the gates, so I need to go and deal with a few matters, but I'll be hurrying to return. And he goes to stand up, but he kind of gets tangled in the bar stool and like stumbles and staggers and ends up having to catch himself on the chair. And he's like, picks up the stool and starts quickly moving over. Pauses here to look back at you and gives you like this little, not sure how to say goodbye wave and a grin. He goes to walk out the door, misses the handle, walks under it, steps back, opens the door, and out.
Okay, now I can edit.
Yeah.
And just as you see him walk past the windows, you can see from your spot as you're watching him as he goes down the steps, you see him just do a fist pump. Yes!
Aww. And that's wonderful. Then when he's like sitting in the carriage on the way home, he's like, "Wave, what was the wave? What's wrong with you?"
Literally, yeah. Through that entire session, through that whole entire thing, he's like, "Oh my god, why are you doing this? Oh, stop talking! You're an idiot! You're embarrassing yourself! No!"
And she's like, "We started the fire, you know."
And it is always burning while the world is turning.
Billy Joel, the pyrokinetic maniac.
Yes.
That was glorious. Oh my
Oh
god.
my god! Chaos! Chaos ray!
Play of the game.
Oh jeez.
Let's
what?
go, maybe? Actually,
I was gonna say-
I think
Yes, this.
No, yeah, I think Hunter gets play of the game for that.
Yes.
Yep.
That mwah, beautiful.
The last play of the session was the play of the game by far. I will book no
Yes.
other suggestions.
I mean, none of us were expecting you to be honest about what actually happened.
Yeah, wow.
We burned your rivals.
Hey,
Which one are you
in
doing
defense,
here?
in defense, we didn't know
True.
what was going to happen.
Confidentially, we have an interdimensional mass murderer upstairs, and you see she is the one who started the fire. Oh my god.
And Rascal loves her.
And our leader, Mads.
Just Mads in general.
Just come out.
I would say the biggest failure out of all of that, I think, was Vizan, because that was he lost everything. It's like me and Dee were back and forth, on like private messaging while that was going on. But it's like his entire thing is being in control of the situation, and and that was he just lost everything there. So woof.
You're welcome.
I love it. I love it so much. Thank you.
Me too.
I love it.
Rascal summed up that perfectly, and I was so proud of Rascal for that line, Kubur, where I was so proud of you for the line where it's like, let me make sure I understand. You recruited Mads.
It was a spectacular failure on this entire...
Because of discretion.
Yeah.
You wanted discretion.
Yeah.
They didn't recruit Mads for discretion. They recruited her for pure, unadulterated power and the willingness to get her hands filthy.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, then they fucked up because Vizan couldn't control her as well as they probably thought.
Yep.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be interesting.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's got things. Yeah, but that'll be for after the show, I think.
That delicious loss of control.
Yeah.
Revelations, speculations.
I love how we always get 5-10 minutes of plot from the actual module, no matter what game we play. It's 10 minutes of fucking module, and the rest of it is just characters. And I love that so much. I love y'all.
Well, we're just running it very character-driven.
That's the
Exactly.
pure essence of D&D.
Oh yeah.
I kind of love how I had to start RPing the investigation for the investigators to get you to fucking investigate. That's
Investigating.
so
What do you think was going on the roof? He was trying to see if anybody was running away.
bad. You just didn't see anything.
Mads was Mads was hardcore gonna try to track something. Her plan before that Griffin fucked it up was to do widening circles until she saw someone running and just take it off. She's gonna beeline that person and thunder wave their ass. That was the plan.
Because they don't forget Ali was investigating.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Tamper-
investigating.
Yes.
I'm the investigator. Listen to me.
Oh, meanwhile, I'm gonna tamper with this evidence. Here we go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I have a chip on my shoulder.
She doesn't have
Is
a
her
chip, she is
character-
she's a fish supper.
With chippies.
Oh my
My
god.
gosh. I love it.
like,
I
I
love it so
know.
much.
The specific reason why Rascal did not come back over with the necklace immediately because Alia was throwing her weight around as usual and basically meddling with the investigation. So he did not trust to share it with her. He was holding it for the proper authorities to show up.
During the investigation, the part that got me was when Rascal, I could tell, out of character, was like, okay, she did something fucked up with that cat. Is she gonna kill this kid?
Yes, that was
I
it.
was like,
That's why he
That was
I was
actually
like,
both of
"Retreat!"
us fearing.
Everyone is now treating Mads like she's a vicious dog at this point.
Yeah, but now Rascal knows that she's his vicious dog.
Aww.
Rascal, do whatever you want.
So,
It's fun to be a kobold.
that was a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it's crazy.
Hell yeah.
So yeah,
I love using kobold logic to deal with situations.
it's wonderful.
So,
The tribe must be protected.
Going down the list, we have a good night from our savage little druid, D.
Wash your hands, wear a mask, and be kind to each other because I won't.
A good night from the chaperone, Dirk.
Oh, well, I would not call myself a chaperone. I was just merely doing the task of a bartender in
You were either a chaperone or a peeper. What are we?
I was just checking.
I'd take chaperone if I were you.
Well, in that case, it's a little bit of a chaperone.
Yeah.
Yes, I mean, I wanted to make certain that everything went smoothly. So,
Just say good night.
yes, good night.
Just take it.
Walk away.
A good night from the Minotaur watching his house of cards crumble around Dennis.
That's Minotaur for good night.
A good night from Lover Kitty, Hunter.
Good night, everyone.
A good night from I can't think of a pun. Rascal, the Rascal the Bard. I was put on the spot.
Mr. Mushroom Lover.
There's only so
Mr.
much
Mushroom Lover.
improvisation I could do.
Don't worry about it. Yeah.
Rascal.
Good night, everybody. And I'd just like to say real quick, I'm really glad I didn't have to go for my plan B, which would include a lot of spells that expose the truth and expose your inner thoughts. So,
Oh, no.
Yes.
And lastly,
That would have.
a good night from the world's least subtle detective.
Yes.
Hey, she nice to get things done.
That's right.
Like getting your own ass kicked.
Investigation efforts learned from the KGB.
Yeah, pretty much.
Beat them until they admit it, even if they were nowhere involved.
exactly. Oh.
So, and that's going to be a good night for me. So, we'll see you on Tuesday for more Into the Maelstrom, where we'll probably find out why Squish has gone exceptionally uncomfortable. Maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah, not just yet.
That's
No.
the future to look forward to.
That image though, just adding the slice of cheese, my god.
Oh, I'm glad. Yeah, I couldn't miss this. Oh, do you want to show the? Do we want to wait for the stream? Do we want to actually wait?
We wait.
Okay.
We'll wait.
So, that's going to be a good night from all of us, and we'll see you on Tuesday. Night.
Bye.
Bye.